So high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind. Get on board. We're smiling on top of the
Well, hello everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. I hope y'all are having a great Friday Eve, otherwise known to most as Thursday. Really do hope it is good as we set up. Many of you listening in or tuning in here and there along the way are also preparing for across the pond this weekend. I unfortunately have to work, so I will again sit it out. 9 out of 10 times, I think only once in the last 2 years, it ever landed on a day I was off. So that's okay. That's how, it always, always works out that way. That's just, so we'll kind of sit it out and do other things that day at work. But today we're FedExing. As I said, we are FedEx Express hopping out of O'Hare down to Kansas City. So nice short hop, and if it does afford, we'll try to push on to Tulsa, but we'll kind of play it by ear. Got a little late start today. Just a bad night trying to sleep, and yeah, it's just one of those, y'all know what those nights are like. So we'll just try, we'll do our best, see if we can make it all the way to Tulsa. All right, so ZIBO sits on the line here, X-Plane 12, and one of the slight delays, I was really hoping to start it up at 2 o'clock. Yeah, lo and behold, I tell you all this, but don't listen to myself. Nav data update. Got that in. Aircraft updated. Of course, it's ZIBO. Folks, I'm not complaining on that one. That's one thing I really like about that group. This aircraft is constantly updated. Not like many of your paywares out there that you might get an update today, you might get one 6 months down the road, but ZIBO really keeps up on the updates, and it's just amazing. I've said it before, folks, I think this is the best 737 out there. just flat out amazing what they've piled into this aircraft. And by the way, it doesn't break the bank book like other companies. It's free. Okay, I'm waiting for y'all to get yourselves back up so I can knock you back down. It's free. That's right, folks. You're going to get all of that quality that you pay so much money for free. The only thing you had to pay for was the X-Plane G, and that's cheaper too. So, shame on you, but you know, hey, to each their own. And that's as far as we go with the battle, if you will. I've been told I'm one of the very few that stream X-Plane 12. I kind of doubt it. I see more things than what they say, but you know, I'm exclusively X-Plane. I may fly 11, I may fly 12, but I will not fly for the dark side. So with that in mind, folks, now you're going to see why I say this is far better. Folks, when you get what you get with X-Plane and then throw in ZIBO on top of it for the 737, you'll see where I'm coming from. So without further ado, let's crawl up into the cockpit and get this girl going so we can try and make Tulsa from O'Hare to Kansas City, then on to Tulsa. That's my game plan, he says cautiously. Says so right in the script. No. But anyway, folks, I am so glad you're here today. Rainy day in O'Hare. Actually, the radars aren't showing it up, so this must be a more local effect. But there is severe weather. Now, that could be one other factor that plays in here, folks. Let me put that out here right now. We are expecting some strong, severe thunderstorms where I live, so that could affect flying. Not in the sense of what's on the computer, in the sense of what's going on around me in the office area here. So I do want to put that out. So ought to be a fun flight. What you see on the screen eventually will be right here. And we're going to fly over it too. As I put some more coffee in my veins. All right. So hope you all have great plans for the weekend. I know, like I said earlier, cross the pond. For those of you going, what is cross the pond? Basically, twice a year, VATSIM puts on an event where a mega event. Let's not just say an event. You know, an event for VATSIM could just be, oh, look, there's a couple of guys flying from point A to point B. No. This is a couple thousand people flying from, let's see, this time we're going westbound, I think. So they're going from Europe to the U.S. or to South America, Caribbean. They could leave Africa, and I think that's all they got countrywide, continent. Anyway, controllers across the North Atlantic, we call the Atlantic the pond. So you're crossing the pond. Now, it's a fun time. Like I said, thousands of pilots are up, plus controllers going across. It's pretty cool. The only downside is, yes, the mega traffic. And I don't want to belittle that. They do a great job sequencing, getting you in and out. A lot of traffic. But otherwise, if you're interested, folks, you're really not going to be able to fly it this year. But Octoberish, they'll go the other way. And the winds are at your back, so you get quicker times over there. Winds are at your nose on Saturday, so that these guys that did it for their first time, maybe back in October, who made it from, say, Chicago to Frankfurt in 7 hours. I think that's kind of pushing it, but I think it could happen. Well, now you're probably looking at 9 to 10 hours coming back because of the headwinds. 100-knot headwinds are not uncommon. All right, so let's get back to our flight at hand, ZIBO. Now there are a couple little hoops you got to jump through to. Hang on a second. Okay. Like I said, we're going to get to the flight. Now there are a couple little things you got to do. Check the documentation at the site there. It's down below on the YouTube site. And if you go !ZIBO, you have the information there as well. Check the documentation. It's really good on how to install it, which is flat out simple. And the tips and tricks in the setup to make it perform the way you want. All right, so with that though, there's a couple things you got to do. You got to download a couple of additional SimBrief files to put in there, because this is what they'll do for you. We'll head over here. This is a thing just added to that other really good 737. Just added this thing called an EFB. So we'll come over here and come down to airside. You see the status is not active, so we'll click the triangle. It says cautiously. And we'll click load OFP. And we're going to pause for a second. Not because I'm waiting on anything, but I want you now focus here. Let's do a quick pre-brief. Okay, for that I use Sim Toolkit. Going to try something here, folks. You know me and trying things sometimes don't. Oh, look at that. All right, so what I did is I scooted it over so you could see the numbers. Passengers, cargo, 0 fuel weight, and fuel. Okay. All right, so Sim Toolkit's the animal we like to use here to show this off. First off, the weather here at O'Hare is frightful and windy. Actually, it's actually not that windy. 100 degrees at 8 knots as of 1851. We're coming up on about an hour. 10 miles visibility and a few pesky clouds at 3,600 feet. That will punch through and then into a broken layer at 7,500. They're calling the overcast layer at 9,500. All right, so really all that basically tells us, folks, we're legal to take off. It's 12 degrees outside, which equates to 53 degrees. And the altimeter, as you see. So you can see we're planning one left. Don't go by this up here. I don't know how that snuck in on me. But our routing today is PEKUE to PIGGG to QUANE to CARET to BULET onto the Rudy 3 arrival into Kansas City on the one left. I got every runway wrong up there. Oh well. I must have missed that in SimBrief when I did a check again. Over in Kansas City. Actually, I'm kind of shocked. I think there's an ATIS here. I don't know why it's not showing. It is windy. 020 out of the north at 20, gusting to 30. Woohoo! That's going to be a fun approach. 10 miles visibility. That's cool. Light rain. Here we go. Now we start getting concerned, folks. Overcast 1200. Why do we say that? It doesn't mean we can't come in there. I'll show the minimums later. The minimums, I think, are about 200 feet AGL. That's 1,200 feet AGL. So we got plenty of room for a Cat 1 approach. Worst case scenario, we just switch over to a Cat 2 and 3 approach. Temperature 9, which is 48 degrees. And you can see the altimeter. Now down here, you got a lot of gobbledygook. It's what a lot of people call it. But it's telling you peak winds, when, and how strong. And we'd have to pull up the translator. We'll do that again later as well. All right, so that's our basic weather. Now, why did I do this? Okay, so here's what we're getting. One thing with SimBrief and this, it's set up for passengers. FedEx does have 737-800s. Cargo. So treat passengers when you see them listed here as cargo. So the standard going weight, I think, is around 200 to 210. So figure 200 to 210 on that sitting there. All right, so we got 117 passengers, would have been passengers, 5,000 pounds of cargo. Payload is 31,954, and that brings us to the zero fuel weight. Now, why did I say all that? If you look over here, 117, 5,044, there's our zero fuel weight. Lo and behold, there's our block fuel. So those little extra things you download it will give you this automated system that ZIBO has created. I'm bringing it back in, and you're going to watch it. Kind of. It's a little more difficult with a cargo plane because we don't have a jetway moving in and stuff like that. So we're going to activate and get going. Okay, so we're active. I'm going to back it up, and you can watch the percentages as we go. You're going to hear him ask, hook up, fuel, unhook. He's got 50%, so he's got a little bit of fueling to do. So you can see the ladder's out already. Like I said, it's all automated at this point so that you do what we need to do, and that is get upstairs here and get the checklist running. All right, batteries are on. And we're on ground power, obviously. Nothing would be lit up if we didn't. And I was remiss in getting these brought up. Sorry, let me get cockpit lighting while I'm here. And yes, again, it is geared more to the passenger version. So that's why you hear all of the background noise. All right. Oh, hang on, let me drop down one. We're on ground power. Okay, basically we've got the battery switch on, standby power's on, IFE and cabin utility on, equipment cooling normal, emergency lights armed, no smoking on because of fueling, fuel's off, and we've got the logo and position lights on, trim air's on, and isolation valve open. All right, basics done. Let's go up to the real top here. Flight recorder check. Locked airspeed checks for warning. Stall warnings. Stall warnings. 3 green on the landing gear. Through oxygen and pass oxygen normal. EEC's on, and the reverser lights are not lit. Off on the service center phone dome light. Check. ELT armed. Let's go to align. On DC, on DC. Align and align. Go to nav, go to nav. Okay, working our way down. Okay, as we check everything here, the yaw damper's off. Everything here is in normal. Displays normal. We'll not worry about the crossfeed check at the moment. We're on cargo power, checking everything as we come down. Okay. Lighting, we'll go ahead, even though that I do not think has a light bulb. Okay. Probe heat's off, anti-ice off for the moment, and electric hydraulic pumps are off, engines are on. And then finally, did I forget to look up? 34 is our top altitude. And Kansas City is 1,027. Yes, I know you would normally set your altitude here. Okay, so that's all set. Logo and position lights on. Anti-collision light. Private pilots, this is not your strobes on the wingtip. This is your red lights on the plane. The actual strobes are 2 clicks up on this switch. I know, little confusing. At least what they called it when I flew as a private pilot back in the 80s. That switch that says anti-collision was called rotating beacon. Because basically it was a rotating beacon. So, all right, moving down. Let's see here. I think I need, let's see, we got all of that, trim air, engine bleeds.
Ground flight deck fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
All right, let's get down here, get the route all loaded up, and then we'll kick over the APU. All right, so it's all looking pretty same to you, isn't it? So let's go to FMC. Here's what I was working on. Let me just zoom in on this. Okay, nav data updated yesterday or today. I didn't check the date on the email, but either way, it's updated, folks. So if you're out there, you're going to get out of range if you haven't updated. Okay. All right, so it's from April 18th today to May 15th. So another month basically till we do it again. All right, and then everything else is looking good. Okay. Airport KORD. If you know the gate, you can put it in there. I really haven't seen it change much in here, but maybe it will. I don't know. All right, what I am going to do, hang on, I'm missing a screen. There we go, and there we go. My granddaughter is very, very upset right now. Okay, there we go. Why I did this side by side is so you can see where we're getting the data to verify. Actually, you're actually really good to choose one of these. But let's take a look and see just how close. All right, so what you do here, import from SimBrief, select it, it populates. And then if you've got your setup, you'll see down below the charts open up. You won't see it here because I've kind of kept it condensed. All right, here's our route. And here's the airport. Somewhere in here is the airport reference where they say this is O'Hare, this coordinate, okay? Well, you can sometimes, now the cargo ramps may or may not zero you even more. But these gates up in here, oh yeah, you can zero down. What I'm going to do here is show you. Here's your parking gates. There it is. See how all of that's there? Well, if you go to parking gate coordinates, it can narrow you down. And I'm looking to see... Nope, it does not have anything for cargo. Normally they don't. All right, so, but that's how you'd find it. You go to your navgraph charts. If you've gotten into it, subscribed and all of that, great thing to have, folks, charts worldwide. SkyVector is just US wide without parking charts. So let's go ahead and get rid of this since it's not helping at the moment. And I am going to say today is the 18th, so that's even. What I do is left is odd days, right is even. Some crews will say, okay, pilot flying is in the left seat, pilot flying is in the right seat, LR, depends how they set it up. I can get that for you, Jody. Okay, thank you. Have you got her finally calmed down? Okay. So, just checking in with my daughter and the granddaughter. Looks like she has succumbed. All right, so then all we do is previous page, put it in there. Now I put these in just because that's how I am. CI. All right, then now this is where those little extra files I told you about come into real play. let alone what it's been doing around us, fueling, putting the people on, cargo, a whole, I mean, you're not going to see the cargo door open. That's not in the default 737 that's here. If it was, that cargo door would open. But it isn't. It, to me, that's a piece of eye candy I'm okay with not seeing. That's me though. You know, you may be a perfectionist and it has to be exactly like the real plane. Okay, go find the real plane. I doubt you can fly it in your pajamas with a beer open. But anyway, hit request. And it takes a couple seconds. Okay, now when you see it taken, start looking for like load or execute. Let me kind of slide this back. Execute or load. Okay, load. Now you see activate. Execute. Alright, and it's loaded the cruise winds as well as SimBrief knows them. Okay, let me caveat it that way. It's also got us set up for 9 Charlie. We're going to try to change that. You could set this in a way where it doesn't download departure runways. That's the only thing I don't like. The TOLUS equipment does come down where you select all your runways. I don't know exactly how to set it up yet, so I don't do that here. But we can go right here. Departure. And I'll just come down here and look for 10 left. Execute. Route. Now it's 10 left. There is no departure out of here, folks. One last look. See? Nothing. So back to route. Now let's go to I'm going to go on up top here. Oop, too many. Sorry about that, folks. Click on the APU. That way we can start warming or cooling the aircraft. We said it was like 48 degrees outside, so in this case warming it. You know, our cargo might get a sniffle if we keep it cold. We got to take care of our cargo. Oh yeah, turn your left fuel pump on. When the blue light comes on, it is ready for you to put the generator onto the aircraft's electrical bus. Down arrows. And head over here to the bleed. And now we are on internal power. I could be doing the signal outside to pull the cord. And I'm going to do a quick head over here, home, ground, disconnect. Now, we are 89% full of people, 100% full of cargo, and just under our full load of fuel. Okay. Now, for the rest of this, I'm going to switch up here to plan and go out. 20 is fine. We can't click to get them to pop out. Doesn't do that in the real world, folks. Here's where a little bit of the problem will come in. Let me try charts. That's what I thought. Stand by. There we go. All right. Why did I bring charts in? Well, it's a lot easier than Sim Toolkit. Okay, 10 left. We got
departure, cross check, and all call. Thank you.
doors closed. All right, so they're waiting on us now to go, which is fine. I mean, we really don't like it being us. We like it being them that we wait on. Then she'll close the door, and it's nice and quiet. But anyway, anyway. All right, so perf int. Oh wait, let's go back. Check our route. All right, so and you'll have this to go by. Any of this you miss, by the way, folks, go to YouTube, look for Flying with Mike. I'll give you a link here shortly, and check us out. All of our videos are up there, and you can go through this a lot, at your own pace. All right, so like I said, you look across the top here, you also see the routing, okay? But we'll just kind of zoom it and work it. Okay, so PEKUE is our first, but we got a discontinuity. This is why you should do this, folks. Click, go. So now it's set up to go direct. Bear with me a second. Just got to be able to click on it. Oh, wrong way. Sorry, folks. See how that turned out. That'll work. Okay. So then we just, instead of arrows like we did a couple days ago on the Airbus, the up arrow, we use the step key right here. Okay. And we just step through. So PIG should be next. So you see PEKUE at the top, then PIG, everything looks good. And we're just looking for discontinuity, and if like for some reason it got mistyped and you got like a route leg shooting out either a couple hundred miles off what it should be to as much as 5,000. A lot of times you tell it by the total mileage. Okay, so PIG, QUANE, CARET, and BULET. All right, so then we start our, let's see if that's the, I think that's the arrival. It is. Okay. All right, so let's get down here. But first, let's get up here. We got to do the Rudolph 3 RNAV approach. Looks like this. You're coming in from BULET at or above 24 to Rudolph at 12,000. So I'm going to departure arrival, Rudolph, BULET, and because of the way the weather's going, we're going to do the ILS to runway 1, and our transition on there is going to blow your mind how easy it makes this. There are hang on, one left. Hang on, I'm getting all my runways set up right. All right, there's a reason. All right, so we have 30 possible approaches, folks. All right, now we could do the RNAV. Real quick, let's just look at it. Here's the trouble. 250, I mean, we can do it. I mean, be real, come down Dawson, enter it, and there we go. That's, if you'd like, we'll do that. I mean, or we could shoot the ILS. You know what? Let's just do it. What the heck? All right, so we're going to be flying the RNAV. Oh, I selected, never mind. I've already selected. I'm not going to, hang on. Let me find ILS. Where's ILS runway 1? Here we go. All right, so let me pull the chart up. For the ILS, there should be something for warm. Okay, so that will be our run. So basically you can see now Dawson and Warm are like right on top of each other. So we don't see it in the list, so click next page. There's WARMM. Okay. You can see it really would rather us do, because it just transitions into the RNAV approach. I'm going to go ahead and just keep it easy with that. All right, so we're set up. Now, let's execute. Oh, I got to do that again. Sorry, folks. I think I got it to where y'all can still see. Yeah. Now, let's go back to legs. All right, and we'll just do the whole route one more time, and then we're ready to go. That's it, folks. Okay, so PEKUE, PIGGG, BULET, no looking at any. Okay, RUDA, 12,000, okay. The reason you want to do this now, especially if you're going to hook these in, is make sure you're on track. Okay, and then as you can see over here, everything looks good. So from warm, oh, we're not there yet. My bad. I'm slow here on the uptake. Okay, so here we go. Warm, Kirk, Fidus, UYETU. To UPDEY. To Soxley, to YEKUV. JERS, which puts us on the ILS. And then the runway. All right, so it's all in there correctly. Let's keep going because we also have our missed approach planned. Missed approach is out to Growler. Basically, we fly off on a heading of 290 to Growler, enter the hold, which is on the MCI 1325 frequency, radial 309, and hold. Okay? It's 29 miles, by the way, from Kansas City. And we'll be at an altitude of 4,000. All right. So there, we got the route in, and if we keep going, I think that, yeah, we're back to it. All right, so there you have it, folks. Now, let's go. I'm going to go ahead and pull charts, bring in TopCat to help us with the next portion. All right, TopCat's a payware piece of equipment, folks. It can be bundled with Professional Flight Planner, although the Professional Flight Planner has kind of taken a backseat, compliments of SimBrief. But TopCat, what it does is fills in the gap of what are my takeoff speeds and so forth, and it does a good job here, folks. While it's set up for FSX, it works well with P3D, the new sim from Microsoft, which I don't really care for, as well as X-Plane, even though there's not much for X-Plane on it, but you'll see the numbers do pretty good on it. All right, so here's what we do. We go to Perfit, and guess what? We have another request. So just like the real guys, let's request our takeoff data. And all it's going to give us is this page, basically, folks. Fill it in for us so that we can get going quicker. There's our zero fuel weight of 120. Hang on a second. 733, so that's good. We planned a 14.7. I like putting that in there. And our cost index is 35. Now for our, okay, this one I can actually show you. I'm going to bring in charts again, just because it's quick to show it this way. How do I figure out my reserve? Well, with SimBrief, folks, hang on a second, I'm just getting us set up here. You can find that information real easy, but then if you use other airline formats, that may not be there. So let me show you it, because this was in the default, which most of you will make your flight plans in this and not change to an airline unless that specific airline uses profiles for their ACARS systems and all. All right, so here's the default. Gives you your quick aircraft, your cruise, your information on cruise winds, altitudes, and all of that, your weights, your alternate, and here we get to the fuel. The one I like using, American, this is actually above all of that. Anyway, just putting that out there. So today we're using this. So it's pretty simple. You can see it right here. This is the way your fuel is, but it's still not telling me what is my reserve. Yes, it is. Come down a little bit, you'll see FMC info. Look for whichever one you want to use. For me, FAA requires me to have 45 minutes of fuel at my destination, not necessarily where you're headed. In IFR terms, as I understand the rules as a private pilot, okay, folks, IFR, especially on a day like this where you're gonna have an alternate. So, what's that telling you, folks? Well, first off, I gotta have enough fuel to get from O'Hare to Kansas City. Well, then, what if I need to divert? Well, I better have enough fuel to get to Omaha. That's our divert. I mean, that's our alternate. If you didn't see that, whoops, sorry, folks. Right here, alternate ALTN is Omaha. So I need to have that fuel too on board. So what it takes to get from Kansas City to Omaha plus 45 minutes. So what I look for is, here's what I look for. Alternate Omaha 3,178 pounds of fuel. My reserve, which is 45 minutes, 3,376 pounds. Add them up, that becomes the number. But wait, the format is number dot number. What I do is I round up, so 3.2, 3.4, which will give me technically 6.6, but down here it's saying I need 6,554 pounds to go with my 45-minute final reserve and alternate. So 6.6 will work. If you round up. Or you could just put 6.5. Why don't we just put 6.5? And there you have it, folks. Now, the last things we need to fill in here real quick. Let me scoot you on out of here, charts. But anyway, you saw that I could bring my SimBrief over here. Operating flight plan is what OFP stood for. So I can actually look at it right there, as well as on my Sim Toolkit under I have nav data hooked into it as well as my actual SimBrief website account. Execute. All right. Yeah, it's going to say that, folks, till you get in the air possibly. All right, we're going with 34,000. Okay. Now it's got your sim brief, what the wind estimates were put in here, your temperature estimates, transition, that one's a tough one for sim brief. North America, folks, it's 18,000. And then we just go to the next page. This is where TopCat comes in handy. And guess what? The 737, while again is for the Microsoft prepared line, preferably FSX, it's, oh, what did I do wrong here? Hang on. I did something wrong. Hang on. Oh, I see what I did. I got it. All right. So you get done here, you go to N1 limits. I must have clicked next page somewhere along the way. Somehow I don't know how I did that, but whatever. So your second page in the performance is this one. Over here on TopCat, you would have loaded this page up with your information. 118, whatever we ended up passenger-wise, cargo-wise. I don't care what this looks like. I look at this. As long as this zero fuel weight matches what we're running on SimBrief, this fuel amount matches, and this fuel burn matches, we're good. Okay? Go to the next page. Right up here, you see takeoff. Okay? Now, we're set up in O'Hare, 10 left, 13,000 foot runway, albeit we're going to go from Delta Delta, which, bear with me a second. I don't remember what they call the markings on it. Departure, I know what they're going to say. I think it's Delta Delta departing, landing, departing. What? Oh, midway. I'm like, how the heck are we landing on fours? Arrivals. 10 left from Delta Delta. $10,093 feet. 10,093 feet. I'll be honest, I've actually never done that before. I'm gonna look. Uh-oh. Okay. I don't know how to put that in there, so. Oh, shortening, so I gotta put, so it's, we're gonna go full length. We're not gonna even probably be on FatSim, so, well, maybe. Well, looking at similar, there actually is some light rain in the Chicago area. Okay. Hopefully there's no event firing up and delayed. All right, we're gonna try it. Okay. I just need to check a couple things here. Click the right icon, Captain. All right. You guys thankfully didn't see all of that. I'm clicking every screen but what I want. All right, so we're going to fill in N1. First off, update your weather. So winds are 080 at 7 as of half hour ago. 65 and 10,000. Okay, so everything looks good for departure. All right, so and let's be safe and at least run engine ice. Okay. All you got to do is fill this in, folks, and go compute. It does the rest for you. All those things. It's just like if you pushed it in your aircraft's ACAR system, goes to your company, and then your company's whoever does all of that, and then sends it back, and you print out the information. All right. So for us, we're looking at I'm gonna try this, folks. Bear with me. So they want us. This is tricky, but hang on. Actually, I know a better program to help me on this. That is okay. So D8 is. Okay, so got a 13,000. That, hang on. All right, folks, I dropped my $1 million calculator that the airlines gave me. I've got a couple bridges to sell if you believe that one. 103. Ah, that's incorrect. One. Oh, 93 equals. Try 2907. Let's just try this. I've never done this, so bear with me, folks. 907. Okay, it took that. Compute. Well, yeah, it lowered us. Okay. Hey, that's the first time I've ever done that. Perfect. All right. Wow. I kind of like this. All right. So now we know a couple of things from this. Okay. First off, as we look at our information needed over here, we need takeoff 2, our select altitude, and OAT. OAT is correct. Our select, which is basically Airbus guys, Boeing, it's derating, but not derating. It's powering the engine, so it's not maxed at 100. Airbus uses the word flex the power in it, so it's not flexing or pushing 100+%. It's pulled back, saving just that little bits of wear and tear to get that engine, to keep it running at efficiency, to get you to cruise through your climb and all, but not necessarily at 100% where it may need to hit the major overhaul before its scheduled time. Key word there. That's two big things you got to understand about an airplane. Those two big engines out there, they don't work, you don't fly. That's a pretty simple that's a very simple law of physics about flying. If those engines don't work, you don't fly. You just glide, and you aren't gliding as far as you think. Might get about 200 miles at altitude. Maybe. All right, so again, back here, this is what we're using. So we're looking at approximately a D rate to 87% of our N1 fan capacity. So you can see where it's pulling it back. If we were at takeoff, you see we're at 98 now. Just bringing it down to 2 puts us at 91. Hey, they match. How about that? Now we're going to go for 40. Watch when we put in the temperature. It's going to adjust. And now we're at 88.3. A little bit more than what it's showing here. You get how it's right on it. We'll keep it at climb 2. Again, you're not wanting to push it at max power to climb. You can actually pull the power off, and this thing can still climb pretty decently. Again, saving those big, expensive engines. Let's push over to the next page. Just click CG. I go to the next page, runway wind. We're showing 080 at 7. Okay. Whoop. Clear. 080. Diagonal 7. Okay, this I highly, if you're into and you claim to be one of those that loves to fly as real as you can, shame on you if you don't know about these pages. Okay, hang on, I'm just typing in. What I'm going to type in, well, you'll see here in a minute. We're doing the slope that's showing here. Sim Toolkit has it. So you can look it up that way too. But if you know the slope, it's very simple. Plus is U, negative is D as in dog. I know that is not the proper annotation in aviation there, Captain. Yeah, neither is a thingamajigger too. But yet that is an aviation term. So, let me bring it back now. Okay, so D 0.2 for a negative, which you see there, negative 0.2, which is down. Now you want to put the slash in and what the runway heading is, 093. Boom. Select temperature, outside air temperature, climb 2. You could go in and change these. I don't. I keep them pretty much right where it says. And then I just go next page. Now, the reason you're not seeing the QRH speeds yet, what the recommended speeds the aircraft its computers are telling you, it's because you don't have your flaps yet. We're showing takeoff flaps 1. Boom, there they are. So, speed-wise, we're looking at 145. Look at that. 46 and 150. That all matched up, folks. Click, click. Oh, wait. You know, one thing we did not account for was the wet runway. Recompute. Actually, let me go back and look at the ATIS real quick. Huh, they haven't got a friction update. Okay. Well, I'm going to go with a wet runway. Yeah, let's do it. It's going to hurt much. Okay, so let's go next page real quick. Up here, go to wet, clear, next page, and 137, 146, 150. Work, and works. All right, so there you have it, folks. She's all planned, ready to go. Let's get our final checks in and we're out of here. A little longer than I wanted to be on the ground, but I really like to get people, really, if you're into flying it as real as you can, those are things you need to look at. All right, so back to the checklist. Route A altimeter. That's where we need to go. All right, so here. Switch this back to map. And let's get our altimeter, which was 2998. Okay, finally, we need to set our minimums. We'll set for 400. Hang on, folks. I'm clicking the wrong thing. All right. For 400 AGL before we'll make a turn, or if we're with VATSIM when they tell us to. Any delays with VATSIM will come offline, and it's on them. Okay. All right. So with that in mind, let me get up here. Actually, I'm not going to fly. Yeah, I'm not going to fly online, and I hope none of the controllers are watching. I'm just going to do this one. The weather could be really interesting into Kansas City. All right. Oh, suck it up, Mike. Let's do it. Okay. Wavered one more time, folks. I'm putting a flight plan in. Okay, 1950 I don't think is a good time. About 2050. Omaha, 1 hour. All right, just getting myself online here, folks. And we're in a 738. By the way, folks, the call sign and type code, there's what will get your flight plan active in VATSIM. So if you're having a trouble where you're not getting your flight plan to show, make sure you've got it on right. All right, so we got that taken care of. Let's go down here. All right, and push up to there. And finally, let's get our, oh, hang on folks, sorry. I haven't flown this girl in a while. Okay, just making sure we've got flight directors, get those on. Speed, we'll set for 160. $93. Let's set for 5,000, but they're going to give us that on either ground in our PDC or tower will give it to us at the runway. Or sit. All right, I'm going to do a quick pre-brief here, folks, so y'all get an idea of what we're doing. Okay, per ATIS. Okay, it says we're going to be using 10 left, which is a 13,000 foot runway. We're right here, so I plan to push us back, face north, Sierra Sierra, to November. Now, they may be nice to us and let us come down Papa to get on, but I assume they're going to take us up to one of these three and then down Delta Delta for takeoff. Okay, we'll see how nice they are. Then, well, tower will take us on the runway. Center will take us once we're airborne. Okay, very simple. Setup here. Once we're airborne, basically we're vectored. We'll be vectored to PEKUE, and then we'll be on our route. Okay, so we don't really even have an initial, we have no way of knowing what our initial climb is. So that's our departure brief for now, folks. Again, speeds, V1, 137. That's our safety speed. It's downgraded because of the wet runway so that we can get stopped by the end of the runway. If anything, that will prevent us from going to flight beforehand occurs. Afterwards, we commit, rotating at 146, climbing at 150, till we get out of the area so we get the maximum out, and then go. All right, so that is our departure brief, folks. Here we go. All right, so finalizing this, so we've got our auto throttle off, speed set, altitude 5,000, heading set. Minimums are set 400 before we execute any turns. So when we, as you look at it here, folks, it's going to tell us we're turning immediately. Not necessarily unless told to by tower, turn to heading, blah, 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 and out. Then, that could happen. Speed brakes, okay, down here. Speed brakes down, flaps up. Okay, takeoff configuration warning working. Fuel levers in the cutoff. Parking brake set, and we are set to go. Yaw dampers on. And we can go to the APU generator up here. And everything's good to go. Let's get our clearance and head on out of here. And I want to see how our frame rates are holding up. That's the other sticky thing. Frame rates are normally good, folks. I've got a little bit lower end now for X-Plane 12. So if I start seeing us bumping 20s a lot, or it warns us, I may just come offline, just to be respectful of people so they don't see me, stuttering around out here. I have not heard ground at all. What channel am I? Oh, I'm on Unicom. That's why.
Number 68 Papa Whiskey, say aircraft type.
We're a vision jet, and we'd like to go as high as possible within a short amount of time.
Well, you're not going to get anywhere over 18,000, I'll say that.
You'd be surprised.
Okay, then bust the alpha and enjoy yourself.
You'd be surprised at what a vision jet can do.
O'Hare ground, FedEx 811, FedEx ramp. Request clearance to Kansas City is filed.
FedEx 811, correction. No, you're not a heavy. FedEx 811, O'Hare ground, cleared to the Kansas City Airport by the O'Hare 8 departure, radar vectors PQ that is filed. Climb via SID, expect flight level 34010 minutes after departure. Departure is offline, squawk 1353.
Okay, FedEx 811 cleared O'Hare 8 departure, vector to PQ, climb via SID, 1353 in the box, and you said departure is offline?
Affirm, departure's online. Read back correct. There is no ATIS online either. You can expect runway 10 left. Contact me, ready for taxi.
Okay, FedEx 811 copies, 10 left, we'll call you for taxi, we'll be pushing back.
Delta 2738, ready for taxi. Delta 2738, here ground, runway 10 left, Delta,
Stand
taxi
by.
via Alpha,
Gotta
Alpha
love it when
15,
they do this.
November, Delta, Delta.
I did not know there was a departure here, folks. I
Alright,
thought
we'll
there
taxi
was.
to 10 left,
but-
Delta, Delta via Alpha, Alpha 15, November, Delta,
aircraft.
Delta, Delta 2738. Ground, good afternoon, Wisconsin 3360, request IFR clearance to Richmond. Wisconsin 3360, O'Hare ground, cleared to the
5,000.
Richmond
We got it
Airport,
set.
ID O'Hare 8 departure, radar vector earned as filed. Climb by SID, expect level 27010 minutes after departure, offline, squawk 1374. That's the O'Hare 8 departure to earn, we'll expect 2702 minutes after, and we're squawking 1374 for Wisconsin 3360. Wisconsin 3360, reback correct. There's no ATIS online. I advise you have the numbers. You can expect 110 left to Delta Delta. I advise you ready for taxi. Alright, yeah, 10 left to Delta Delta. We'll call you and ready for taxi, Wisconsin 3360.
O'Hare ground, United 1889 is ready for taxi.
United 1889, squawk mode, Charlie.
Alright, well, there is, but not much here.
United 1889, O'Hare ground, runway 10, crash runway 9, center,
Don't have tower.
taxi, via
what
left
is
Golf,
it?
right Foxtrot, crash runway 4 left to Golf.
Roger. You're coming kind of distorted there. I got Foxtrot at 9er Center. Can you repeat the rest, please?
United 1889, O'Hare ground, runway 9 center, Foxtrot, taxi via left Golf, right Foxtrot,
really
cross
got
runway 4
broken.
left at Golf.
Yeah, you're broken.
Roger. 9 Center via Foxtrot, left turn, Golf, crossing 9 right at Golf, United 1889.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you
November
want to
68
go.
Papa Whiskey, I have your clearance ready for you, advise ready, copy. November 68 Papa Whiskey, O'Hare ground, maintain VFR at or below 3,000 and the
Ground to cockpit. Tower is
correction.
running up.
Squawk 3561.
3561, 68 Papa Whiskey. I could.
Alright, folks, we're just waiting on the pushback. So it looks like no tower. And center has come down. Wow. So I need to do a quick check here.
Okay,
while
all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
cleared to connect. Let me just do a quick check here. I'm sure he'll tell us, but I want to be prepared in case he doesn't. Chicago O'Hare. Oh.
And 68 Papa Whiskey, ready to go. If we can get 9 Center, please.
November 68 Papa Whiskey, O'Hare ground, runway 9er center, Foxtrot, taxi via Tango, Delta, Foxtrot, cross runway 4 left at Delta.
Delta, Foxtrot, cross 4 left at
Let's
Delta.
say 132.7.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Just in case.
163. You gave us 9 centimeters.
Okay,
Get
let's face us north.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Sorry, American 163. American 163, O'Hare ground. I thought I did give 9 center box. Yeah, you gave us 9 center. I was asking, can we get 10 left instead of 9 center? Approved as requested. Alright, we're ready for taxi then. American 163.
Okay, let's
American 163, O'Hare ground, runway 10 left at Delta Delta. Taxi via Alpha 15 in November, Delta Delta. 10 left at Delta Delta via Alpha 15 November, Delta Delta, American 163.
Okay, folks, to start up, make sure you always turn off your packs. And we'll start up. Oh, go the right way here to the left. Watch our numbers. Once we hit 17, between 17 and 25, you can introduce the fuel by going to idle. And the fuel will kick on right at 25. So that's why a lot of people wait for 25, but 17 is actually doable.
Delta 7, correction, Delta 2738, no further ATC service available. Frequency change approved, safe flight by. Alright, over to C-Tab, Delta 2738, thank you, good night.
Okay, they're fired up, stable. Go ahead and get number 2 going, or number 1.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, fuel on. And fuel introduced. We're spinning up.
O'Hare ground, good afternoon, American 2377. American 2371, O'Hare ground, go. Go ahead, stand. Good afternoon, stand. Hotel 8, request clearance, High Park. American 2377, O'Hare ground, clear to the St. Louis Airport via the O'Hare departure. Package making this file. Climb by a sit. Expect final 3.010 minutes after. Departure is offline, squawk 3222.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
QAQs on Lois via O'Hare 8 departure, vector surveying, initial climb 10,000, expect 340 after 10 minutes after departure offline on squad 3222, American 2377. 2277, read back correct, contact area for taxi, United 1589, no further ATC service available, exchange of a safe flight, appreciate you didn't call me before crossing 9 right. Number 68 Papa Whiskey, no further ATC service available. Frequency change approved. Safe flight, bye.
Ground FedEx 811's ready to go from the FedEx ramp for 10 left.
FedEx 811, O'Hare ground, squawk mode Charlie, please.
If we're going to have this trouble, we're not going anywhere with you guys. Everything on my end is showing mode Charlie on X pilot and on the box.
You know what? Actually, in that case, squawk 1 tree 5 tree.
Doggone it, forgot that. Thank you. I'll get that squawked.
I knew something was wrong.
13.
American 163, O'Hare ground, no further ATC services available. Frequency change approved. Safe flight, bye.
All right, we'll see you, American 163.
I forgot that.
American 2377, just a quick question. What's the runway for us?
You can expect runway 10 left at Delta Delta, American 2377.
Runway 10 left, Delta Delta, thanks.
And O'Hare ground, America, or FedEx 811. We've got the right squawk in now. We're ready to taxi.
FedEx 811, O'Hare ground. Hello, runway 10 left. Taxi via Zulu 1, Zulu. Hold short, runway 10 center.
Zulu 1, Zulu, hold short, 10 center. FedEx 811. Oh, full length center. Okay, I see what he's doing. Slight rebrief, folks. We're coming off 10 center instead of 10 left. All right, we're out of here.
FedEx 811, did you copy?
Oh, I did. FedEx 811 copies. Zulu 1, Zulu, hold short, 10 center. Really hate my screen sometimes, folks. There's Zulu 1 up here.
Ground Wisconsin 3360, ready for taxi.
Wisconsin 3360, O'Hare ground, runway 10 left at Delta Delta. Taxi via Alpha 12, Bravo 1, November Delta Delta.
That's 10 left via Alpha 12, Bravo 1, November, Delta Delta for Wisconsin 3360.
Okay, let's make sure we're ready to go, because I don't want to be hampering anyone. So we got our auto brakes on, reject, turn lights on, ATC is on. Let's go VNAV, LNAV. Okay, heading select. And blanking. Let's go ahead and put this into blank. All right. Going to these on. I did.
FedEx 11, O'Hare ground, no further ATC service available. Frequency change approved. Give us a flag.
FedEx 811 copies. I assume we're cleared then 10 Charlie for takeoff, or should we use 10 left?
Well, you should use 10 left on the paper. On the papers, you really should use 10 left, but we're not allowed to taxi you guys over 10 center and through Papa to go to your final area, because that area between 1 and 10 center is all tower stuff normally.
Copy. If it's okay, we'll just use 10 center.
It's your discretion.
Copy, we're going over to CTAF. Thanks for the ATC.
Have a safe flight.
Hey, just want to... Hey, let's do it, folks. Gonna be a little bit of a rebel today. I get why they have to use tower there. I got it. And I work at an airport. Okay, we're just about in position, folks. Get ready. Auto throttle up.
Wisconsin 3360 O'Hare ground, Norfolk RTC service available. Frequency change approved. Safe flight. Bye.
Over to CTAF for Wisconsin 3360. See you later.
Okay. Need to get on CTAF. 32. O'Hare, traffic, FedEx 811 departing 10 center. Okay, here we go, and okay, airspeed's alive.
80 knots.
There's 80. Could have gone with the dry run.
E1. Rotate. Positive rate.
O'Hare traffic,
400.
FedEx 811, clear of the runway. Going on to autopilot.
1000.
Okay, after takeoff checks, flaps, auto brake off, and thought I had that on legs too. Flaps up. And start switches.
Thousand to go.
Alright folks, some screw ups on my part, but hour and a half later we're finally leaving O'Hare. But great job by O'Hare. Good job, guys. Punch that out. Flaps indeed up, verified, so we don't have to shoot another emergency. And I am going to Alright, so here's... Okay, wait a minute here. Let's clear the... Okay, so I'll just click, and go All right, folks, we are on track to PEKUE now, and we are climbing up. Center went offline. How about that? I wonder what happened. That's something we normally don't see. Or at least I don't. Really thought we were going to be, you know, on the ground a lot longer than we were. Glad to see things moving a little better. And really nice. Okay, CTAF. We need to get down here. What is CTAF? I know a lot of you are working it now on VATSIM. What is CTAF in the real world? Now, I work in an airport. We've actually been running on CTAF here a few nights over the past couple of weeks. So CTAF stands for Common Traffic Advisory Frequency. Okay, think of it this way. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on, what are we doing here? Hang on, before I get into this long-winded thing. Oh, I know what's wrong. Got to hit execute, Mike. Okay, let me get aviate, then communicate to y'all. It's not a difficult concept, folks. It's just VATSIMing. It's a little different than what you're going to be used to. All right, so what is it? Again, Common Traffic Advisory Frequency. So when I was flying in the 80s, I would fly mostly to uncontrolled airports. And approximately 5-ish miles out, you would call ahead on whatever frequency your chart told you to announce your intentions at that airport. Okay, well, what do you do at a control tower airport? Because not every airport is controlled 24/7. Matter of fact, you'd be shocked how many aren't. So they, you have what's called this common traffic frequency. Now, O'Hare is a beast because it has 24-hour air traffic control. In the real world, in the flight sim world, we don't have a center. We had ground, but ground does not control out. They just control the ground. So we switched to common traffic and announce where we are, what we're doing, so everyone around us knows what we're doing. The guys that were taking off on 10 left, take off on 10 left. Now, the tricky part here to this, how do I find this frequency? O'Hare is one of those that's very difficult. I've done this a couple of times, let's do it here. So we'll bring in Sim Toolkit. Now let me watch, we're going to continue to aviate, of course, before I keep communicating if need be. Real quick here, folks, here is Sim Toolkit. Why do I use this? Because we can go to SkyVector. And where am I on here? Okay, there's signals. Okay, that's good. So let me just throw my flight plan in here real quick. We're just going to do KORD, KMCI. I'm starting to get nervous. We may not be able to go the full distance, but we're going to do our best. Okay, that just narrowed it down quickly here. And if you go to the, not World High, World VFR, I think I can get it here. If not, we'll switch over. Okay, we're going to show it in a couple of ways. First off, we just departed O'Hare. So here's O'Hare and the monstrosity that it is. Here's actually Midway and how itty bitty 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 it is. Okay. Common traffic is going to be your control tower frequencies at these airports, CT. Okay. Boy, there's a lot to pick from. So you're going to need to go to the chart. All you got to do is find the airport designator, right click again, or just go to an ILS. And okay, this is giving you for 4. So let me get the right one that we were 10 center. All right, so 10 center is, I was on the wrong frequency. Should have been 120.75. Where I got mine was off the jump charts. Here's charts. Unload. Airport. What I did is went here. Just pulled up an instrument approach. Here's all of the tower frequencies. Ohio Tower North, South, Maine. And actually, I still was on the wrong. Dang it. Well, that's ground. So 133. So you can see there's a whole litany of, you know, was I on the right one? Was I not? Who knows? But anyway, so let's go back here. Now, let's say we're a little general aviation guy. Hey, there's a bunch of you guys out here. Okay, let's say we're flying to Bolt Field here. I've never heard of it. But you got your AWAS. Okay, that's how you can get weather. There's your elevation, length of runway, it's lighted. See this C that's highlighted in red with, you know, right here? That's your common traffic. That's what you transmit on in the traffic to let them know November 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, entering right downwind runway 27, Bolt Field, Charlie 56. And then November 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, left base, runway 27. Same, entering final 427. On the ground, taxiing to the hangars, taxiing to the ramp, taxiing. Basically, what you're doing is telling that traffic there may not be a single soul there. But then there might be that little smarty pants that we were listening to in the Vision Jet. Saying, well, I could do all of this. Well, he might be speeding in and not giving a care in the world, and blows into the traffic without looking and hits you. That's on him, because he didn't announce. So that's real world in the sim. If you got crash turned off, okay, so he hit you and flew right through you. So. But that's CTAF, folks. It's just an advisory frequency. You are not requesting any kind of clearances. Even the ground vehicles around either on a controlled airport or on a non-controlled airport operate on that frequency if that's what's in place, which is what my airport was doing. Every so what my airport has been on occasionally here at night for certain things. Now, you can ask, well, airliners aren't allowed. That is actually wrong. Airliners can operate on CTAF. They're just like any other airplane, just a little bigger than your Cessna. But yes, they can. And actually, some airlines working out of airports that are genning up for a specific airline, they may be on common traffic until the tower is available. Just have to have a lighted, segmented wind device. And that may even possibly be waived. So anything I've learned one thing with the FAA, with piloting and aircraft related, anything and everything can be waived if you request it. So, all right, so there's CTAF, folks. Very useful tool now. Now, the problem I'm still a little wishy-washy with here with VATSIM rules, not real-world rules. I get that 100%. VATSIM's a different animal. I don't know. Say like O'Hare or Chicago Center's up. Okay, was up when I first came on. We started the stream today. It was actually on. Okay. So we took off, correction. Let's say we're flying into O'Hare or flying into Midway. Pick which one you want. Milwaukee for those of you in those little itty bitty planes, which are still fun to fly, folks. Okay. So I'm flying in and I'm on O'Hare. Now, and I haven't had the chance to do this. Now, we have the chance. Kansas City's up, so we may get to see how this works for that. When we come in and get cleared onto the approach, cleared into the airspace, how it's been working at my airport. When the airline gets cleared for the airport or whatever, I don't know, I haven't heard all the transmissions that go on between the airplane and ATC. They switch to CTAF for the landing. So let's say we're coming into Kansas City. We'll do the brief here in a second, but we swing around, get on the ILS, probably on center. Are they going to transfer us if tower's not there, or are they going to take us to the ground? Or are they going to put us on CTAF? I have yet to run into that one yet, folks. So I don't have that answer on VATSIM. In the real world, you just follow ATC. ATC is switch to common traffic for your landing, advise on the ground. Or missed approach. You always could go missed. Always a possibility, folks. So, but anyway, that's common traffic. That's the little cog in this I'm not 100% sure yet with. And we're going to learn when we get to Kansas City. And speaking of which, that is 44 minutes away. We're reaching top of climb. And we're going to go ahead and kill for now. Seatbelts. Lights are all off. And we're going to go ahead and turn off the engine eyes. Alright. Now, remember, let's bring up Sim Toolkit just for a quick glance.
1,000 to go.
Those of you new coming in. Hey, if you're new coming in, welcome. We're flying from O'Hare to Kansas City. If time permits, we're going to go on to Tulsa. That blob is what we're getting ready to fly over. Now, there was rain in the O'Hare, Chicago area. You can see the little dots. It's not as pronounced as it is on Similware, but it's there. But we're now hitting this big blob. Okay, we're headed to Kansas City. As you can see, there online. And we'll get our ATIS here in a minute. Anyway, with it up, let's, you know what, instead of we'll get it in a minute, let's get it, because it's real close to time for us to do our departure or arrival brief. So, alright, I got a feeling, yes, it's been raining here, and they have actually done a friction check, or at least allowed pilots to know what's going on here. So first off, let's just go through it. This is as of 2053, about a half hour old. We're looking at winds out of the north of 12, overcast now at 1,000 feet. So I'm kind of happy with the ILS. 10 degrees and rivals. This is us, folks. Expect one right or one left. I'm going to request one left if they don't give it to me. We'll use cost. Okay, this is actually, folks, real world. This isn't VATSIM. So you're not going to see a lot of this aviation term coming to you, folks. Those of you in classes, be ready. This could be tested upon in your final exam with your flight examiner. Gobbledygook. Just kidding, folks. A lot of this you will not see in a FAT sim, ATIS. However, in the real world, it's very important because now they're telling you where the construction is. Folks, we got 1,000-foot ceiling here. Now, granted, we can see 10 miles, but you get the drift. You need to know this kind of ahead of time. But let's just kind of go through all of this because we're not worried about departure yet. Runway 1 left, condition codes. This is telling us what we can expect when our wheels hit that runway. Is it going to be icy, slick, slippery, what? 555 usually means good braking conditions. So we can expect a slippery runway, wet, slippery runway, not an icy one where we can slide side to side. Remember, folks, you're landing at 140 knots. So, and it's got it for 1 left, 27, C1 for 1 right. So, but that's what I was looking for at O'Hare that was not there in the real world. That's in world, you're not going to see it. Now they're showing there's an ATIS, so we're going to pull up. We're going to get rid of first sim toolkit. We're going to bring in X-Pilot. Now I know it's a lot smaller for y'all, but if you come down here and click MCI, you're going to get what their ATIS is right now. Double click it. You saw it up here. So their ATIS is Oscar as of 2053. It is exactly the same thing minus a lot of that other stuff. But you don't get anything. X-Plane and Austin condition codes you might want to look at. Just kidding. Pretty sure they already are. So, but we have Quebec. We talked to them, and it may change by the time we get there. All right. So there you have the ATIS. Kansas City will be 125,725. Let me go ahead and come down here, set that in here. And one last thing, what are we looking at? 152 on top of descent. Okay. So, we know the basics to the weather. Let's get set up here for the brief. Now, why did I resize? Because we're bringing charts in again. It's easier, less bulky in here. There. All right, actually, we'll see if I can come a little closer. All right, so legs wise, we're 150 miles out. All right, so you can see our route here. Now, if you want, I can put the weather up here, folks. These overlays, there's a whole bunch of them, folks. Come down here. I'm sorry, it's right here. Look at all of these I can select to put up here and put them in motion to give us an idea of what they've been doing over time. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. I can also put the information at the bottom you're seeing right here. So, but anyway, we're going to concern ourselves from Bullet, Phonics, Rudolph, Payhill, Brooks. So Bullet, okay, 12,000. Well, let's get the chart up now. Rudolph, I'm sorry, Bullet, 24,000 and above. Onyx doesn't have anything, but Rudolph, we need to be at Ruda, I should say, 12,000. I like saying Rudolph. I don't think that's the actual wording. Then we got Payhill, Crocs, Florence, Dawson. So there's Payhill, Rocks, Florence, and Dawson, 7,210. Here we expect our ILSs for one left. Over here at Brisket, you would go for one right. Okay, we're gonna do one left. Cool. Warm is 0.1, so warm is like and it's 210 or below. So we could actually be slowing immediately for the approach. And then our approach, we'll spend a lot more on this because there's a lot more information. So here's our ATIS, here's our approach if they were to come up, and our tower, which most likely is common traffic if we go to it. If. Ground, if it's there. Okay, IDOT is our ILS. It's heading of 011. We have to put all of that in. Jersey is the initial, I'm sorry, the final approach fix, which we got to be at 7.7 on the mileage and descending on the glide slope. Airport's 1,027 feet above sea level. Missed approach 2,000. Left turn to 4,000 to Bowler and hold. All right, here we go, folks. 783. 78 is 210. Warm. Vitus 180. As we come around here for Solksley, we need to be 3,500 feet, 302 degrees, 1.8 miles, turning in for 3,000 at YEK UV. A lot of information here, folks. Again, our YouTube channel, you can take it at your own pace. Go quick in the chat box. There you go. 3,000 down to 2,900, then more than likely we're going to be right about here for approach, 2.5 minutes in. Pappy and Malzer for one left. So we got a Malzer for the approach lights and Pappy's on the left. Missed approach again right over here. These are JEP charts. So missed approach right here. Now, for this approach, Cat 1, I don't even know if there's Cat 2 on it, folks, I'll be honest. I haven't even looked. We'll look for a second here. Above sea level, 1,214 feet. Okay, that's great. All that means is your altimeter that you usually look at, it'll read 1,214 feet at 200 feet above ground level. Okay, many airlines work off that bold number. Just a little gee whiz information. Hang on a second, folks. I just noticed something's kind of irritated me. I didn't even realize it. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. Above ground is where your METARs are. They're not MSL. So it's not 200 foot MSL or it'd be under the ground. That's really good clouds. So it's 200 feet above ground. So if my ceiling, which is a broken or overcast indication on the METAR strip, is 200 feet or lower, or the visibility is a half mile or less, you have to start thinking about a different approach or a different airport. RVR of 18 can save us. But again, we got to make sure the basics are there. Now, we're going to look real quick here. We're still on O'Hare up here, my bad. Okay, it does not appear. So if we had to, folks, say we got a METAR strip that says, ceiling now, overcast 150, 1 mile visibility, RVR 12. Can't shoot this approach, but one right we could. Just a long taxi, folks, especially for FedEx. You'll see when we land. So because we have the Cat 2 Cat 3 capability here, so those are things you have to always keep in mind. One left is very good for the cargo companies and American Airlines. I don't know who else is in the new terminal there. Very conducive to them. The big semi stuff they had in the olden days, one right actually was more conducive for that runway. So, because you just had a short taxi. Shorter. Alright, so there's our approach information, folks. Right now, I'm not too worried. Once we get on the ground, I'm hoping Alpha 4 or Alpha 3, we park way over here. So you see what I mean? If we would have landed one right, we gotta go all the way down here, all the way up here, park at FedEx. Yuck is what it is, though, folks. You know, that's called aviation. So, but that's your arrival brief. Now let's get to the part we've been really looking for. 95 miles, perfect. Let's come over here and do our check for our performance on landing. We've decided one left. It's dry, and our current METAR. Bear with me, folks. There we go. And that's Kirksville. That ain't gonna help me. Alright, currently wind is 360 at 12. No gusts. Temp. And I know you're not seeing this, folks. 10 degrees. And 30.04, but that'll translate to 1017. I don't know if it will take the inches of mercury, so it's an easy check on charts. Just go down to the decipher part. We will land flaps 30, air conditioning auto, we will anti-ice on, brakes go automatic 3. We could set Southwest max auto. We're not going to. We'll go 3. That's still bad enough, and I want to set that to 5. Speed brakes, yes. Reverse, we get no credit for. Okay, what is going to be our landing weight? I'll just go to sim brief, folks. What was our estimated landing weight? 133.772. So 133.8. I rounded up. Okay, so we got all our information in here. We're going to add to the VREF 5 knots. So here's what we're looking at. Landing 133.800-ish. 147 minus 5, so 142. here's the tricky part. It's in meters. Can't get this changed unless Skymatics comes on and tells me, yes, you can. He flies in Europe, so I don't know. But anyway, I digress. So you get, but it gives you a pictorial down here, so about halfway down. So when we, okay, so we set about halfway down. Let's bring up our picture. Here's our chart. So if we look at it at about halfway, Alpha 4, Alpha 3 looks perfect for us to come off at. Possibly earlier. So right in this area, folks, is where it's saying if we nail it, we should be coming off. And there's center. Right on time. Boy, I couldn't have timed that any better, folks. Hang on a second. He can wait just a couple of seconds. I'm going to do this. Then push that out. And we're going to go down here and go, hello, center. Kansas City Center, FedEx 800 with you, flight level 340, planning 1 left to Kansas City.
FedEx 811, Kansas City Center, roger, welcome. You can descend via the Route 3 arrival front, the ILS runway 1 left, ATIS information. Romeo is currently Kansas City altimeter 3004.
Copy, descend via the star. We have Romeo, and we're going to hold our descent for just a little bit, if that's okay.
Certainly, your discretion.
Kansas City Center, Delta 1005, come through your space.
Okay, so there, final thing we need to figure out, folks, landing speeds. Top Cat is perfect for this.
Delta 1005, Kansas City Center, radar contact.
So we go
Kansas City
in,
Center,
left.
American 2377, flight level 3503.
All right, let's take a look here. So there's our takeoff data,
American
folks.
2377, Kansas City Center, roger, radar
So let's
contact.
click landing.
Descend via the Arch 2
On
arrival,
left.
Kansas, you can expect Jaws runway 11. The St.
Okay,
Louis
this has
information
a
echoes
double-
current
yeah, it has.
St. Louis
Now it's
altimeter
360 of
2979er.
Broken.
We got
Okay,
Echo
on up a little.
2979 on expect 1 for the approach, descend via the Arch 2 arrival, American 2377.
Okay, so
Southwest 3318, you're ready for taxi.
Southwest 3318, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta Sierra, cross runway 12 right.
12 left via Delta Sierra, cross 12 right, Southwest 3318.
okay. Saw me set flaps 30, air conditioning on, wing and engine just to be safe. We're real close. Auto land, I just do to get the maximum amount of information. Auto 3 for the brakes. And we're not going to put an increase here. Let's see if it's around 142. 143 at this point, folks. So looking good. And see, numbers match. So let's come over here. There we go. We are set up for our arrival. Top of descent is still
Delta
50 miles.
1642, radar contact lost.
And there you go, folks. Quick flight. We're now 23 minutes out. Let's get Top Cat out of here.
Kansas City Center, Delta
Hawker,
9231, radio check.
Mike, whoa, it's Hawker all
Hawker.
over the place. What's going on, sir? I thought you were a little on the busy side. Are you trying to win the person with the most use of emojis?
Center, Delta 9231 at Kansas City Gate 0, ready for push.
Delta 9231 Kansas City, center push start at your discretion. You can expect runway 1 left. Latest information, Romeo's current Kansas City altimeter 3004. Call for taxi.
Push to start my discretion, call for taxi, Delta 9231.
Okay, let's just do something here real quick. Request weather KMCI. Go. And send. What? Hang on a second. Did I do that wrong? Send. Oh, we're not getting any data on that. Okay, so back to legs. Alright, well, we're going to prepare for top of descent here. 12,000 feet, folks. From 34, just a quick run, 34 minus 12. Those of you with children in elementary school, you can now quiz them, times 3. 66 plus we'll go 10. Let's do it right now. My discretion. We're coming down to 12,000. Who'd have thought you could use the flight sim to teach your kids math? Okay, we are approximately 30 miles. I'm going to begin.
Delta 9231 holding Delta, facing west, ready for taxi.
Delta 9231, runway 1 left, taxi via Delta Alpha 11.
1 left via Delta Alpha 11, Delta 9231, thank you.
Okay, we are starting down. And Center FedEx 811, just for your information, we are beginning our descent for 12,000 at Ruta.
Roger, thank you.
Math. Well, that's not meant for you, Hawker. That's meant for you to be a teacher to your children. Or in my case, grandkids, but they're still not even in elementary school yet. Some are still trying to learn how to pick up their head because they're only a couple of weeks old. All right, folks, so I do want to check one thing. Bear with me, folks, how the weather is working around the St. Louis area. Where the hell is Quincy? Oh, we still got some time. Cool. Now, we will take a short break once on the ground to reset. We'll go through a complete setup for you so you can see what we do here, because we're going to do a very, if time permits, and I think I can say it will, we're going to do a short hop.
39, and the altitude for traffic climb, maintain level 360.
Accenture 939, we'll stop our climb at 360, 939.
Southwest 3318, ready for departure.
South 3318, wind 14012, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
12 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 3318.
And Accenture 939, is that going to be my final?
Negative, I got aircraft that's about 20 miles to south of you here. He's at 380. I'm going to step you up underneath him.
Roger.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, probably a flight deck here.
arrival, if you're up and about, please turn to and turn your seats, fasten your seatbelts.
Yo.
Still showing well ahead of schedule. Thanks again. Hope you have a nice week. Have you on air very shortly.
Oh, what's the
Delta
updated
9231,
weather
hold
program?
a short one left at Alpha 11.
And I'll check it out.
Delta 9231, wind 36014, cause 22, fly runway heading, runway 1 left, clear for takeoff.
Fly runway heading, runway 1 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 9231.
And by the way, folks, Hawker125 in the house is a moderator for our channel, as well as he has his own
Southwest
stream. Check
3318,
him out.
radar contacts altitude.
And just became affiliated.
500.
So, you know, head over there.
Southwest
Say,
3318,
welcome.
Roger, climb, maintain level 330.
330, Southwest 3318.
Have another affiliate on Twitch.
Aeroflot 1077, Albuquerque Center's offline, radar service terminated, change of advisory approved, have a good day.
And by the way, folks, when you go over there, you may find him flying, or you may just find him jamming away. So check him out.
2377.
Hey, Brendan, welcome in, sir.
Jet 939, climb, maintain, flight level 430, traffic no factor. Climb, maintain, 430, so Jet 939.
General American 2377, did you call me before?
Negative. It was for Aeroflot 1077.
All right, so
Delta
we're,
9231, radar contacts altitude.
you know, one of these days I'm gonna do like I
3,500 for
heard
10,000.
something.
Delta
I'm
9231.
gonna say
Delta
altitude.
9231, climb, maintain, level 250,
See how much trouble
clear
I
direct
get
to
into.
Zaki.
Climb 250, clear direct to Saki, 9231.
Delta 9231, clear direct to Zaki, resume the Chief 7 departure.
Clear direct to Saki, resume Chief 7, Delta 9231.
Okay, I'm just making sure I don't need to step this aircraft down any harder. All right, folks, if you're interested in what we're flying, you can get a hold of this. I will tell you, I believe this is the best 737 rendition out there. I mean, it's in the eye of the beholder, but to me, this is far better than PMDG. I mean, they're both pretty similar in nature, but this has a couple features they didn't, and they probably have a feature or two this doesn't. But so again, it's eye of the beholder. But folks, the one thing you can't deny, it's free versus the arms and the legs you have to pay to afford PMDG. So, and we are beginning to steepen. Okay. free is always better than paying. And I don't mean you're hacking. I'm not a fan of that. Alright folks, so we know we're going to go about halfway down the runway on landing. We've been through the arrival brief. Again, any part of this flight or the next one you may miss, check out YouTube. It'll be up later for you to watch the replay. Not hacking free. Not even, you know, I'll be honest folks, I paid all of that money for PMDG, and for the 737, there's a lot to buy for that thing to get what you want. I just enjoyed the 7 and the 9, or the 8 and the 900, but folks that want the smaller ones, oh geez. So here it's free, but you only get the 800, so. Which to me is just, I love the 800, so. Well, the C40 is actually the PPJ. It's not, which basically is a build off the 700. There is a C40C, I think it is, that's off the 800 BB, the one that would be the 800, but as a business jet. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and dial everything down. Traffic is on. Okay.
Delta 458, clear direct Kayla.
And like I said, to each their own.
Clear direct
Let's say
Kayla for Delta
like and
458.
don't like.
458,
I just
descend via the Kayla 3 arrival.
so
You can
happy to
expect
be away
Charlie
from
1
the
to
dark
1,
side.
St. Louis altimeter 2979.
Yeah, there you go.
Descend Kayla 3 arrival, expect runway 11 for Delta 458.
Now, I think there's a P8 for you out there, Hawker. But you're going to have to use...
And 556, descend via the Kayla 3 arrival. You can expect runway 11,
Yeah.
and St. Louis altimeter 2979, ATIS Echo is current.
Descend via the Kayla 3, we'll expect the ILS runway 11 for United 556.
Okay, so the 8-900, you may have to use the plane maker to kind of put all the files together to make it look right. Just like the when we fly the 747-200 for Sim Air Force in the E4 configuration, folks. You play with the plane maker to add these files in, and it will come out looking like it. That's just a little too much for me. I should keep St. Louis ATIS up tonight. Why? Oh, we just dropped below. Let's get our altimeter. I missed storms. Who needs to worry about stinking storms?
Southwest 33DT, Chicago Center's offline, radar service terminated, change advisory.
We're going to 3004.
22-8 for Southwest 3318, Sam.
Alright, and we're back into rain, so just in case, like I said, we're going to run it. And come on down. Now folks, you're probably wondering, why am I not turning ATC down? Every time I turn them down, I miss calls. And I get in trouble. So we're going to keep them loud, sorry. And what's Hawker saying? Storms? Yeah, I know they're coming. I'm in them. Bad? We'll see. But you're right, I will be outside holding my metal rod to see if I can be like Ben Franklin. Oh wait, he had a kite with a key on it. Never mind. And see if it gets hit by lightning. Just a shocking event. Or hair raising, depending how you want to look at it. All right, we're coming into 12,000. That could be too. We're not going to go there. There's so many ways I could take that comment right now, and we'll leave it. All right, so we're coming into 12,000. He should be clearing us the remainder of the way down.
Thousand to go.
All right, folks, 54 minutes ago, we released brakes on 10 center at O'Hare. All right, so from here, we just got to stay above 7.
Delta 9231 for direction of flight, I need either flight level 240 or flight level 260. What would you prefer?
We can take flight level 260, Delta 9231.
Delta 9231, climb maintain level 360. Sorry.
On 360, Delta 9231.
I'm sorry, 260, climb maintain level 260.
260, 9231.
All right, there's Ruda at 12,000.
American 2377, descend and maintain 3,500.
I am going to go ahead and start setting my radios up here.
KT Center, good afternoon. Walker 4286 with you, flight level 350.
Walker 4286, Kansas City Center, welcome.
All right, so we're looking for a localizer of 110, 50. Okay, Kansas City is 115 to 113. 25. All right, and then 110, 50, and 11 set up here.
Intentional traffic will be closing up here in about 10 minutes.
So we'll be on our... There we go. Alright, so we're set
Delta
there.
1005, Minneapolis is offline. Correction, Chicago's offline. Radar service terminated. Change advisory approved. Have a good day. Clear stage approved. Have a great day. Whoever I am, Delta 1005.
Believe it or not, folks, I've actually heard that from an
Foxtrot is current altimeter 2978.
from an airliner at my airport. I forgot what I am. That was great. As many airline or as many numbers they call, yeah.
Number 350 Bravo Whiskey. You're still in Indianapolis's area. If you want to give them a call, 119.55. Okay. I'm going to be closing up here in about 10 minutes. American 2377, turn left, heading 230, vectors final.
Divine 230, vector final, American 2377.
Okay, we need to get our starting down time. got here? Awesome to hear there, Hawker.
American 2377, turn left, heading 130, intercept the localizer.
That's heading 130, American 2377.
Center, FedEx 811, did we miss a descent from Ruta for the ILS?
FedEx 8011, descend via the arrival there. It should take you down to, let me find out here.
And FedEx 811 down to 7,000 at Dawson.
Yeah, A-firm.
Alright folks, it automatically descended because we were close enough and we're going to start a pretty steep descent. However, Dawson, we got to be at 7,210 knots. So what we can do is speed intervene. It's this button right here. Let me get centered in here.
Southwest 396.
Click that and get your
squawk,
speeds.
2552.
Set 210. And you're going to need speed brakes.
American 2377, I show you line up at 12 left, no worries. Cross Ferris at 3,500, clear Dallas, runway 12 left.
Oh no, my bad. We are not turning right to runway
Alright,
11.
we'll be getting ready
American 2377, roger
to
that.
click the lights on.
American 2377, airport's going to be at 12 o'clock and 12 miles from Brookfield site.
Okay, seatbelts
We
on.
got at the airport in front.
American 2377, clear visual approach runway 11.
Clear visual 11, American 2377.
Southwest 396. Got you now. Runway 12 left. Taxi via Delta Sierra. Cross runway 12 right.
Now, the one nice thing about Boeing that I do like versus Airbus is this half arc telling you where you're going to end up at your altitude set here. We're set at a little higher, 7,000. So this is where we'll be at 7,000. We're already at 210. So basically Florence, or just prior to
Roger,
it,
stand by.
will be at approach. Did he say we're getting on approach? At that level. Airbus, to their credit, does tell you
1033,
where the
runway
hockey
36
stick.
right.
Little
Taxi
harder
via Echo,
sometimes to
cross
see.
runway 26.
So just one thing I do like that Boeing does. And if someone would hit the defibrillator on Hawker that I said something good about a Boeing, he may need to be revived.
America 2377, wind 15011. Runway 11, clear to west.
I thought you'd like that. I do really prefer the buses, but
1,000 to go.
there are a few features that Boeing does have that makes it, they're interesting, I'll give it that. But I just found out FedEx has A330s, so
Delta 458, turn left,
gotta
heading
look for that.
060, descend and maintain 5,000, vectors approach.
I have my
That's the 060
flight
on
maintenance
the
guy going
heading,
back
and
to
I
check
believe
the
you said down to
door
5,000
here
for
on the
Delta
aircraft, make sure
458.
it didn't blow
Paper.
off yet. I have to check into that. I have both versions available to me, so.
FedEx 811 fly heading 180 to send to maintain 5,000.
180 down to 5,000, FedEx 811.
Just want to confirm you were requesting one left, is that correct?
That is correct, to be a little shorter taxi to the FedEx ramp.
Sure, no problem.
Shocked he didn't let me fly the published approach. For 180, coming down, and let me look at my approach.
FedEx 811 turn right heading 220 to send to maintain 3,000.
Hey, right turn 220, FedEx 811 down to 3.
Repeat last traffic.
FedEx 811 turn right heading 220 to send to maintain 3,000.
FedEx 811 220 down to 3,000.
American 2377, you can taxi to the ramp via Alpha Sierra Charlie, cross runway 6.
Let's get into this problem, folks.
Southwest 396, wind 15011, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 458, turn 10 degrees right.
10 degrees right for Delta 458.
West wind 1033, wind 34017, gust 25, fly runway heading, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff. Delta 458, set to maintain 3,500.
Down to 3,500 for Delta 458.
FedEx 811, turn right, heading 340, intercept the localizer.
Right turn 340 for the localizer, FedEx 811.
2,500.
Southwest 396, radar contacts, altitude. Southwest 396, roger, climb, maintain level 310.
Oh, I see what he was doing.
Delta 458, turn right, heading at 090, intercept the localizer. FedEx 811, 6 miles from Jersey, across Jersey at 2,900, cleared house, 1 left approach.
Jersey at 2,900, cleared for the approach, FedEx 811. And we are on the localizer. Jersey.
And aircraft that called on answer, say again.
In case it was me, FedEx 811 copies, Jersey 2900 on the localizer.
FedEx 811, roger, cleared approach.
Cleared approach, FedEx 811.
Act, climb, maintain level 300, clear eject, Sears.
Glide slopes armed, on, stay single channel. Gonna wait for, what is my number I want?
Shady West, 1033, tell you what, turn left heading 270, when able, clear direct to Echo November Delta. I believe that is Arendora. Southwest 458, 5 miles from Hicksop, cross Hicksop 3,500, cleared ILS 11 approach.
Okay, we'll slow to V ref, or V approach. And Yakov.
FedEx 811, wind 36014, gust 25, runway 1 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 1 left, FedEx 811.
Delta 458, you got wind 15011, runway 11, clear to land. At 556, fly present heading, descend and maintain 5,000 vectors for the approach.
United 556, maintain present heading and down to 5,000.
Okay, flaps are now 30. We're set V approach. Here we go, folks. 2 minutes, we'll be on the ground. In a very soggy Kansas City. Here we come. And I'm not seeing the runway. Should break out at should have broke out already, folks. Well, let's see how far down we're gonna go. 200's our minimum. Oh, I'm starting to see ground. So we're still behind on the METAR here in X-plane. 1,000 foot was the one prior to this.
Yeah, 556, turn 10 degrees to the right.
1,000 feet, stabilized, Mr. Birch, altitude set.
Till I see runway environment, let me bring up my throttle. All right. And center, just for a pi rep, we broke out at 1,000 feet. FedEx 811.
Roger, sir, thank you.
4 on minimum. $300. $200.
Delta 20, at 9231, contact Denver Center 127.65. Denver Center 127.65, Delta 9231.
30. 20. 10.
Kansas City, good afternoon. American 1636, flight level 34, American 1636, Kansas City Center, roger, welcome.
$80.
And we'll see how close I was on my guesstimation here, folks. Take the next high speed.
At 556, descend and maintain 3,500. FedEx 811, right turn when able, and you can taxi to the ramp at your discretion. Have a good night.
FedEx 811 exiting, I believe, Alpha 4 to the FedEx ramp. Thank you, sir, for the ATC.
Good night.
Flaps up.
Okay, 556, turn right heading 090, intercept the localizer.
All right, folks, welcome to Kansas City. Getting a couple things trimmed out here, set for the next flight.
Yeah, 556, 5 miles from Hicksop, cross Hicksop, 3,500, cleared ILS 11.
Oh, you gotta always love ILSs like that, folks, where you break out 1,000 feet, still Cat 1, bring her in, and you still got all your wheels and struts under the plane. Okay, I'll be nice, I'll turn the wipers on. Yeah, of course, FedEx is the extreme north end of Kansas City.
United 556, winds 120 at 10, runway 11, clear to land. Delta 458, you can taxi to the terminal via Alpha Tango Charlie, cross runway 6 at Charlie. Kansas City Center, good evening. Southwest 2885 with you on the ground in Kansas City with Sierra, ready to taxi. Southwest
City was closing.
2885, roger, stand by 1.
I really did.
Southwest 2885, runway 1 left, taxi via Bravo Alpha 11. Bravo Alpha 11, 1 left, 2885. Gonna start cleaning up. I'm getting close to being done here. Southwest 396, Chicago's offline, radar service terminated, change of advisor approved. Have a good night. American 1636, radar service terminated, change of advisors approved. Have a good night.
Well, folks, I do not see parking spots here, so I'm going to make up my own.
Jet 939, radar service terminated, change of advisor approved. Have a good day. Zip. Walker 4286, radar service terminated, change of advisor approved. Have a good day. Over to you, Walker 4286, good day. Westwood 1033, radar service terminated, change of advisor approved. Have a good day.
Okay, we're in, brakes are set, and let's go through the shutdown real quick here. Alright, lights are off. Alright, probe heat off. IAPU bleeds on. Generators can now come on. Fasten seatbelt. Fasten seatbelt. And the engines can be turned off. All right, folks, again, welcome into Kansas City. I am going to get my final clearance here to make sure we can fly out of here. Let me get up here, turn that beacon off so we can start the unload process. And get all this cargo sorted and ready for the return. Final checks, fuel pumps coming off. Except for the left front one, or left aft one. And we're good with that. Engines, pumps, hydraulics, let's get that set. VR0, yes. Alright, folks.
Yes, I-56, taxi to terminal via Alpha Tango, Charlie, cross runway 6. Have a good night.
We're done with them. And let's take a look at what we did here. Well, I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way. Let me, son of a gun. Well, folks, I did my normal thing and forgot to start ACARS for FedEx. Oh, well. Dang it. So one thing in the ZIBO checklist I need to find a way to add. So, well, there's a way around this. Doggone it. Yep, still has me at O'Hare. Alright, well, we're gonna have to jump it. I haven't done that in a long time. That's not how I do the jump seat. We go here, here. Alright, there we go. Alright, well, darn it. That doesn't count either. Oh well. Okay, got all the paperwork done here. Well, we do have one that we can look at. 93 feet a minute. That's kind of what I thought. A little bit off to, I know we're going to show kind of at least 20 or 30 feet to the right. We'll see how it turns out. Okay, so there's our flight. Alright, quick look at the quick stats. An hour and a half in flight, 349 miles, 3,200 kilograms of fuel. We landed at 93 feet a minute, 128 knots. Wow, a little slow, but you know what? That's not bad. 1G, folks, not bad. Let's take a look at how it's stacked up on the runway. Actually, a little better than I thought. I actually thought we were a lot further over. All right, so the blue line here, folks, that's the threshold. You don't really want to land in here. If you do, don't be surprised if there's FOD. It's just a blast pad overrun area so that the grass doesn't get all nice and brown. No. At our airport it does, so that's why I can say that. Anyway, so you got your threshold. Anything forward, that's where you're supposed to land. And every hash marks 500 feet. Okay, so here's visually where you aim for. Oh, hang on. I just looked over and said, what am I not doing? Sim Toolkit is not up. Let's try that again. All right, so you can see here's the threshold. From here up you land, 500 foot, each of these hashes. This point right in here, folks, is the visual landing spot. Also, just so you know, your PAPIs, your glide slope, gear to that point. So that it's kind of helping you to get in there. However, you can see where most of the air traffic here lands by the thickness of the rubber color. And yeah, no EMAS. Sorry. You want EMAS, go into Midway. Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. Did I, Oh, there you are. I missed you there. Sorry, sir. Welcome aboard. All right, and then we ended up exiting, I believe, right here, made our taxi. Oh, actually, I think it was right here. Made our, no, we were one back. Made our taxi all the way up here to FedEx. Like I said, it's as far up as you can go without having to, oh, anyway, speak Canuck. Just kidding, folks. And as you can see, this is the new terminal. And I don't know if that means they no longer use, well, no, they are still using these. But this is the new terminal. All right, so really a good flight, folks. I am going to take a short break to use the restroom. And we'll come back here. I'm going to go ahead, disconnect from VATSIM for now. And before we go to break, you know what? Let me see if we can do it. All right, and we'll cancel out. Go back. One more. Go here. Whoop. First off, terminate. All right, we're going to try to replay this. So let's see here. All right, according to this, everything is ready to go. Just making sure everything's been pulled away. Let's see what happens. Out of the clouds at 1,000.
1,000 feet, stabilize missile.
Ah, not a bad landing at all. Let's go back and look at it one more time. Wow. Yeah, I'll give it 93 feet a minute. Wow, that was pretty good, folks.
KC-790, go down.
Welcome in, bad attitude. Welcome, sir. ZIBO Day. It is going great, sir. Great flight from O'Hare down to here over all those thunderstorms in the middle. All right, let's take a look at some passenger views from the cargo side of the house. But really a great flight. We're expecting this weather here, I guess, a little later than expected. And no, I do not have the download yet, folks, for the new Kansas City Airport. It is out there, but I don't think it's 100% yet. So, in X-Planes. So, I'm going to kind of hold off till I can see it is fully up there for you.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Well, you're fishing with the Duluth, huh? Since you can't fly. Well, now that's just not all right there.
100.
Always a great landing from the tower view, folks, unless you crash. Perfect. Oh, what a way to end up the first half of this stream. Welcome in, Bad Attitude. We are going to begin pre-flight here momentarily. I got to do a double check before I 100% commit to it. But we're going to head on from here to Tulsa. Tulsa town. Nice little 100, 200 mile flight. So, park us back on the ramp here. And, kill some lights. But folks, I'll be right back and we'll let you know what's gonna happen. Hopefully, like I said, we'll be able to do the next flight, but time will tell. Be right back. All right, folks, are you ready for flight number 2? We're going to Tulsa. Oh, your graphics card is dying. Sorry to hear that, bad attitude. Hope things get turned around quickly for you so you can get back in the air. All right, folks. So like I said, we are going to Tulsa town. So first, let me set something up here. I didn't think ahead of time. Should have. All right, let me get the FedEx side up here. If I can find, there it is. All right, let me pull this in. It is the FedEx website. Now, this is how you would set up a flight with FedEx Express Virtual. Here's a link to them. Really, folks, a really good bunch of people. I have flown with them better part of 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, I've been there a while. Really good, easy going. Not too many rules in place. The big one is like many VAs, they just really wish, you know how to fly. So your landing rates are pretty decent and all of that. I mean, they even have limits, but they're not really unachievable. All right. So from this website, folks, we'll head up to routes, do a search. Tulsa, right there, 194 miles, 51 minutes. Average is 1.1, and I'm sure that's because of sequencing. All you got to do is select your aircraft. Now, folks, they do have some substitutions allowed for aircraft that aren't in the flight sim worlds of either one you're in. So check out the rules when you get in there. I always say check them out before you join, just to make sure you know what you're getting into and you're comfortable with it. But you're going to find this a great bunch of people. All right, right now the suggested route is the Racer 7 as of the 2021. I'm just going to do a quick outside of this sim brief check to see what we have. And this one, I am going to really work my butt off to make sure we, don't forget the ACARS program running. All right. We're going to go through this here a little more in depth in just a moment. This is just a quick give me to make sure that's a decent route. Racer DOSA, okay. Actually, that's almost a straight line. Sold. All right. Oh, you were watching. I forgot I'm on the browser. All right, so there you have it, folks. You can see it's a straight line, so that's a good choice. And what I'm going to do is look now at how they're wanting us to load 36183. I'm going to grab that real quick so when we do our flight planning, we can use it. All right, so planned payload 36,183 pounds. Now, you could set your aircraft to this weight, folks, so that the weights will match when you load up. Okay. Now, at this point, there's a couple of ways we can do this. What I recommend, though, is keep this up on a browser. So that way the system knows when you log in, that's where you're going, Tulsa. If you have to divert, you may have to look for another FedEx airport. But that is how you get the flight going here. Go ahead and pull the browser away. I'm going to bring in Sim Toolkit here, and you'll see why in a second. Yes, I could have done everything right there, but I would like to do it this way. So we'll go to the dashboard. It says cautiously. There we go. Down here, you can see where I've got, hang on a second, D8 SimBrief, SkyVector. Navgraph, SimBrief, and D8, I just used this little cog to put them in here. Read the book, read the manual, folks, piece of cake. I'm going to bring SimBrief in this route, and I'm going to go to saved flights first. Okay, so I don't have any. And we're going to redo that flight one more time. Flight. And then just put the numbers in. My call sign will be FedEx 811. Service from Kansas City to Tulsa Town, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Don't care what the alternate is. 2320. Now you got a time down here. Make sure you can make that. That's gonna be tough. I'm gonna go for 2340. All right, climb performance, we'll let it do. Oh, we got to get the airplane first. So 737-800, you saw me do that before. Now over here, If you use the saved airframes, you can save airframes. So you can actually go in and have them to those limits your airlines work with that you may be a part of. Or just use default. I am in 837. Wait, I have 737. I'm in that one. Okay, so cost index. Folks, I may have to take a small break here for a second. The sirens just went off here. And there's our payload. All right, we're not doing that one. We're doing that one. And we'll generate the flight. You're going to get, if you've got this set up to use the SimBrief downloader, a message saying it's available for download. Just click yes. It'll copy everything and you're good to go. So we're going to run again. Remember, folks, the passengers are not a big thing to worry about. It just imagine that being 200 pounds in that spot, if you will. Total cargo 10,000. So overall, we're going to be loading our payload. There's our estimated zero fuel weight, takeoff weight, landing weight. There's our block fuel, burn fuel. I'm going to just set up. Alternate. What is our alternate? Oh, back to Kansas City. Okay, cool. All right. And 13,000. I'm just getting Top Cat loaded up real quick. We'll show it later on, folks. In routes 5220. And 500 pounds for taxi. All right, folks, and I will be right back. Give me a second to verify the weather, what's going on around us with the sirens going off. I'm in the Midwest, so I really don't get too overly excited. We're going to be using Bad Attitude right back to Kansas City. So I'll be right back, folks. Sorry about that, folks. Had to go watch the TV, see exactly what's going on. Currently, I don't fear much for our area, but Hawker, if downwind's up, you guys might want to pay a little more attention. I know you two are more north of where I live here in the St. Louis area, so that tends to be showing on the charts where the majority of where the severity is. So Condor streams are good. Okay. Need context. So, but anyway, folks, let me continue on here. Sorry, I had to check. Like I said, sirens were going off here, see what's going on. So real quick, where we left off, we just put our flight together. We've got the information for the FMC being transmitted. And overall, folks, we are just about ready to crank this up for our second flight. Just to give you a little flavor of what's going on in my area, hang on a second. All right, St. Louis is roughly right in here, folks. And my little area is right here. This is not really the great radar, but it's something, worthy to show. So that's really where I'm right at in about here. So when we bring that radar back, you can kind of see we got a big squall line coming through, and it's right along in here where the warnings are, mainly this one and this one. So we're kind of bowed a little bit out. So let me go back to our route. There we go. And radar wise here, not too bad. So, all right, again, fun features you can do. Right now, we don't even have a thunderstorm. Hawker will probably get them first, if not downwind sim, if he's around. So, let me just peek out. Looks like they have a better chart up. Hang on. Sorry again, folks, for going in and out. Just here, working, getting a TV up in my office here where we're at so I can watch what's going on. All right, so let's get this flight going as quickly as we can. Let's see. All right, so we've got everything ready to go. The only thing left to do is load the charts in, which is a very simple. Import it from SimBrief and you're ready to go. Okay, let's get into cockpit, shall we? Okay, we're powered up on the APU already. So a lot of our checks we don't have to do. We're going to go ahead and do a full align again, even though you probably wouldn't in the real world. But sirens are going off again just for those, just probably who didn't hear them the first time. But everything's looking pretty decent. Okay, just looking behind me. All right, so let's do it. Checklist time. Okay, battery, standby power. Oh, hang on, let's drop down one picture. All right, AC/DC set, cabin, everything's ready. We're gonna go to an altitude on this flight, folks, of 26, so we'll set 27. Tulsa is 600, call it 700 feet. Okay, getting as much as we can done here. Let's get up the stairs and start the alignment. 7 minutes. That'll give us perfect amount of time to get this going. Align and align. Go to nav and nav. Heading status 7 minutes. Okay, real quick, running down the sides. Looks good. Do a cross feed check this time. Dark blue to light blue. Dark blue to go to dark. Perfect. Lights are set. Coming down, looks good. Coming down, still looking good. All right. Oh, that's going to be fun to read. All right, so from there we've got window heat. Let's come down here and start the FMCs. Plan 20's good. All right. Zoom in. All right, folks, we've got a new route, or should. Let's find out. No active flight. Oh, yeah, there wouldn't be. My bad. SimBrief. Okay, there we go. Now it ought to say what our route is, which isn't very difficult. There we go. One left, racer 8 to DOSA, DOSA to Tulsa. I guess we don't really have a star into Tulsa, or we haven't declared one yet. But we have one arrival. That is from Springfield, Missouri. So that is not going to work for us. Let me check the runways. 36 right. Is that the one we want? Yes. Okay. Cargo's right there. All right. Cool. That'll work perfect. All right, so as we did before, charts. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Okay, so let me get rid of charts for the moment. Make this a little easier to read. Okay, again, folks, remember we just had the update today. We're KMCI. Whoa. Yeah, we are MCI. My bad. And next page. Perfect. Route. Perfect. And K. Tango. Uniform. Lima. Tango. Lima. Request. Again, welcome aboard, folks flying with Mike. Love to have you smash that follow button if it's your first time here, or you've been thinking about it over the time, every time you pop in. We are going to Tulsa. Load. Activate. Boy, they're really sounding the sirens here. Tornado is east of Cahokia. All right, let me stand by, folks. This is starting to be maybe not the smartest thing to try to do right now. Active tornado warnings where I'm at, and the not knowing part. Of course, I don't have enough sound behind me to hear. Hang on, I'm going to just turn the volume up a little bit on my TV. Stand by. Okay, folks, we're going to continue on, see what we can do. Worst case scenario, you can always cancel the flight and fly it again a little later. Okay, so we got that all loaded in. Now what that did, folks, is loaded our flight route, and we can then begin to build our performance off of it. Okay, and here is the route, MCI, out. So let me bring charts in now. There we go. A little easier to read. Let me see if I can go up so you can see it. Okay, so we're going to come off MCI, runway 1 left. Come over the VOR and head south. Okay, the racer looks like this. We'll come off, swing around, catch it, and then head out to DOSOA. Then from DOSOA to our runway. Okay, so let's go to departure, Make sure we're set up right. One left. Racer. DOSA. Okay, now let's set up the arrival. That we don't know yet. Right now I'm leaning to the 3-6 right up, but let's look over here at charts. Okay, so coming from DOSA, which is way up here, there are no arrivals. So we got to come down and around either hang on a second. Oh, he's up north. Okay, they're north of us talking about it now. Okay, we'll do the ILS. It's probably... Actually, you know what? I like this one. Let's do the RNAV on here. So we're going to do the RNAV 3-6 right. Okay, and we have either JABV or WOOFC. We'll do WOOFC. And execute. Go to legs one more time. And we'll... There we go. All right. All right, so we're all set here, folks. What we just need to do is drop next. We're going direct WOOFC. And execute. All right, so we're going to do our little step through thing again. All right, so we're just going to watch the chart as I'm going to step through. So as you watch, you can see where we are, where it says sitter. And here we go. Sprint, DOSTA. You're also seeing it on the chart. So there's DOSTA. Down to WOOFC. Again, no discontinuities. JABV. Oh, WOOFC, JABV, YIVI, SOX A, and then in. That all looks good. We'll go stepping through it real quick. ORC, UC, and that's our hold. So straight out to our fix and hold. Very simple. We're set and ready to go, folks. Let's go back to route. Let me get rid of all of this. Bring in TopCat. And at the same time, how you got to that, folks, you just move your, move that to map, move this to whatever you want it set at. And there we go. All right, let's push this over again so you can see as we work through the performance side of the house. Okay, performance-wise. Okay, so you can see how we're loaded. There's our, is that the right numbers? Hang on, folks. Okay, 130,962. We're off by 2 pounds, so let me do this one real quick. 18. Oh, we got that one right on. There's our fuel all set up for us. All right, so we go to takeoff, update, close, run left. and we'll stay with engine and compute. Let's do that. Oh my goodness, look at this, folks. Oh, it's a 7,800 foot long runway. I didn't know that. Okay, so we're takeoff. So here we go. Do our init request here. All right, and load. All right, it's now loaded. Okay, so we're oh, we're not fueled yet. All right, stand by. Come over here. Okay, 117, is that correct? Just getting my data. Whoa, this is not, oh, how about we do this? Load, 113, 10,000, there we go. 130, 962, 13, 568, activate. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit. All right, 7. No, we are looking to load 13.6.
Ground flight deck hose is connected and starting refueling.
All right, they're going to start refueling. They got about 6,000 pounds to load. Everything looks good. We'll go 260. 35. All right. And then for this flight, folks, let me, while we wait, pull Top Cat away for a second, go into charts. Use our sim brief, and it's telling us in the fuel area 7.3 or 7.4. You make the call. I'm going to go 7. All right, we're up to 9,500 pounds. So that's how that works, folks. A great little addition to the ZIBO aircraft as we go. While we wait, we can go on and make sure our checks are done as they're finishing up behind us, and we'll be back to this in just a second. ECs are all good. They're in a line. Should be aligned right now. So we'll go here. There's our coordinates. Coming down the line one more time. All right, everything looks good, folks. We're ready to go. We're just waiting on the fuel. And again, folks, I'm not really good at these kind of turnarounds, especially when you throw bad weather behind me. I will tell you this with the weather here, those of you weather geeks out there, kind of like me, in that one of those 2 or 3 breaks, I did step outside. And there was a beautiful display of modest clouds coming over the base towards us. Usually that's on the front side of the anvil, if you know how a thunderstorm looks when you kind of dissect it. It's hard in the Midwest in our area to see it because so many trees. Get out like Oklahoma where we're headed, out west where the trees are a lot less, you can see the dynamics of these thunderstorms. And you can see that Mamadas. Now, when it's down below, there's usually a tornado somewhere. So it was very beautiful to look at out there. So just thought I'd throw that in while we're waiting on the fuel. Real quick, let's do what we didn't do, a fire check. Squigs look good. Overheat. And that's good. Cargo, all good. All right, with the fuel, let's get back down here and get set up here with Top Cat. I know I'll have to do it one more time. All right. So we're looking at 7.4. Cost index 36, 26,000. Just verifying everything matched up. And go to N1. All right. So now let's go back to what we're planning here, folks. So Top Cat is showing if we do 33 degrees TO2 for our select temperature in a flaps 1, we will end up with 164 feet. I'm pretty sure that won't show up, folks, but everything else will be pretty close. So let's set it up that way. TO2, we said, what, 33? Give it a second. Active. And it's going to probably give us climb 2. All right, so everything's good. Let's go to takeoff. CG. Runway winds are 360 at 40. Or let me try that one again, folks. 316 at 14. Okay, slope. We're looking at a negative 0.3. So folks, you'll type that in. D 0.3. Those of you that like to do this as real as possible, you are now. And then we need heading on the runway 011.
Guys, the lead's on board.
Okay, we're gonna say wet. Actually, we're gonna go dry. That's how we're showing here. Do we have an ATIS that I could look at real quick? Yeah, we'll go with dry. And then next page, going flaps 1. All right, here we go, folks. Just want to see if you can read this. Okay, so the QRH here is 145. Looking at not that one. 145, 147, 152. Again, we're looking at 164 feet if everything powers up right. And I'm going to turn the QRH off. So there's our speeds. Folks, we are just about ready to go. Ooh, very hard to read. All right. Just do a quick over the shoulder here. Okay. And folks, I'm going to step away just for a quick second. I'll be right back.
Flight attendants prepare for departure. Cross-check and all call. Thank you.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring if you need anything.
Okay, guys, back with you. The storm itself is rolling right over us. It is dark. Winds are picking up. Thought I saw a couple funnel clouds. Who knows? So a little precarious right now. We supposedly have a tornado tracking an interstate north of us. So that always brings concern. So I'm just kind of really wishing, you know, how they do their storm track. And I know you can never guess where the best place to be is. So we're right now getting hit by it. So I'm gonna just kind of hang tight. I know we're ready to go. We're just about ready to button up and everything to go. I just want to make sure I don't have to pull the plug real quick and head downstairs into the basement. So my wife, daughter, and granddaughter are all down in the basement, so I'm just kind of, I'm the weird one. Like I said, I'm the weather geek that likes to see it all. So south of us has got to, I mean, they've kind of broken the weather warnings up here, so that's why I'm a little closer. But the problem is I could lose power, of course, at any time. So, but anyway, why reporting here in St. Louis, flying with Mike with you. So, something you guys weren't really expecting to see. Let me first get rid of Top Cat. And still a lot of wind, a lot of rain right now. Mostly a lot of rain. So, but we're going to get underway here. Redbud's got a good, if you're down in the Redbud area watching this, hey, welcome aboard. Take cover. You got some pretty good rotation near you. Wish he'd scan up to our area, but of course that's asking too much of our weather. They get fixated. They don't realize you got a whole region to stay up on. So there he goes. New Baden. They're getting closer. Yeah, we're right now. So I'm just watching as they're showing what's coming through us right now. All right, folks. So again, kind of reporting live in the middle of a severe tornado warned area. Yeah, we're doing pretty good here. Flying with Mike. We're just gonna sit tight for a few minutes, and then we'll kick back in here. And it's just a short 50-minute hop over to Tulsa. my luck, as soon as I go gear up, power goes out. So I want to make sure everything's good. Should be through my area here really pretty much in the next 5 minutes. So, worst case scenario was a kind of a dramatic video they had of a bigger town just east or west of us, where they showed like a rotating cloud and sunlight right by, it's the classic what you see out in Oklahoma, folks. Tornadoes and sun right behind it. That's what we saw here. Right now we got a lot of lightning, a lot of rain, a lot of wind. Like I said, I think I saw a couple of funnels, but funnels are good because that means they're not on the ground, but bad is they could at some point touch down. So, and the bad thing is with heavy rain, those of us say from, we'll just say the Mississippi River east, we get what's called rain wrapped, and you can't see them because they're wrapped up in the rain. That's the dangerous part about it. So, like I said, the worst part of it's over us right now. I'm expecting about 5 minutes we should be seeing the sunlight behind this. Actually, let me look. No, I can't see the window to my north. So, all right, folks, we're going to go ahead. Let's give it our best. Let's do it. I know you all been waiting. We had a great crowd, and this thunderstorm kind of killed it a little bit. So let's get it going. We're all prepped, ready to go. Hang on. Okay. Thought I heard something kind of weird, so I wanted to be ready. Just a lot of lightning right now, folks. Like I said, the strongest part of it's hitting us right now. I've never actually done this live in a weather thunderstorm. Kind of watching the weather. Yeah, it looks like that lightning in the sky that I saw on TV is starting to poke its way in here. So I think we're going to be okay to start pushing forward. Although then I get this big bolt of lightning and soon a big boom. All right, let's do it, folks. All right. Oh, what a night. Okay, so we left off. We've got the FMCs ready. 011. 152. We'll set 162. 5,000 initially, and we're ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and turn the flight directors off for a second. And we're ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and put our trip up here, folks. And again, those of you that stayed with us did something a little different. I actually got to report weather instead of a flight. So, welcome in. I can already hear you're crazy out there. So, yeah, that could be. All right, so we're streaming in a thunderstorm, getting ready to take off from Kansas City, folks. All right, let's look outside the plane, see how we look. We're all buttoned up, ready to go. Let's back up here. 100% across the board. Everyone's going, come on. Hey, we're under a lightning warning. Okay, be nice. All right, so let's do it, shall we, folks? Let's get our map, shows where we're at. Okay. And
Folks, this is Captain speaking. We're just final preparation here for departure from the gate. Maintenance is wrapping up one final item that they needed to take care of before we depart. So pretty close to right on schedule today. Should be just a few more minutes. Maintenance will wrap up and hand us our logbook, and we'll be on our way. Thanks for your patience.
And you too, folks, as the captain said there, thank you for your patience. We're feeling a lot more confident right now in getting this going. So even though the sky has really still not lightened in brightness, I know we're also swinging towards dusk. So we'll go for it. Here we go. All right, so okay, final, got the MCP set, everything's set. Flight directors can come back on. And scroll down. Let's put this on legs. Okay, speed brakes up. There's the check there. And that sounded a little low. Hang on a second. That would be why. All right, and flaps are up. And showing, kind of showing it. The sun is really not helping here, folks. All right, so let's do it. Pushing into engine start. Thrust, let me get us a flight plan on file. All right, and we're right now 2347. Let's go 2350. And hang on a second, same problem we had before. And we can do 100, and we're ready to go. Click it. There we go. Flight plan filed, coming online, folks. FedEx 811, 738. And we got an auto of 5225. All right, let's set. All right, 5225 is in the box. Yeah, 5225. Go back to messages. We're on 122.8. CTAF. We talked about that earlier, folks. Hey, you know, I don't say this a lot or show it a lot. If you miss something, say the first flight, head over to YouTube. If you click that link, it'll take you to my channel, folks, and you'll be able to see everything, I believe, commercial free. I'm going to put this on 1325. All right, that should be Kansas City. All right, so Kansas City, 1325. Okay. All right, we're set to go, folks. We're in a break right now. Give it about another few seconds. We'll be ready to go. Meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and call better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Alright, we're just about ready to go, folks. Aha, this time he remembered. Alright, and we'll
Okay,
go.
all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Good deal. Clear to connect. Look at all this traffic here, folks. Hell, again, folks, welcome aboard. We're just about ready to push it back here. Again, we've had a little bit of a delay here, about an hour, due to some weather here in the St. Louis area, where I am from. So please, I'd love for y'all to enjoy the flight over to Tulsa, and hope you enjoyed the little bit of play-by-play going on with the weather. It's still kind of dark here.
Tow connected and
But again, it
bypass
could be
inserted.
because now
Release
we're starting to
parking
get to dusk. So, all right, let's push it back, shall we?
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, so to start engines, once again, backs off. Not up, not high. There we go. Fuel pumps on. And the yaw damper can come back on. Alright, looks like the family's coming out of the basement, and we're about ready to launch out of here. We've got a 7,000 foot taxi to do down to the end of runway 1 left, then we'll be ready to go. Alright, we are spooled up on the first engine, number 2. Let's go to engine number 1. Again, thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. Look forward to seeing you on this flight as we
Operation
head
complete.
to
Set
Tulsa.
parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
I think we have the sunset showing through here. Alright, that is our engine start, folks. Oops, hang on a second. There we go. Working down. Alright, hydraulic pumps all on.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike. Thanks for hanging in there, those of you who did. This was a little bit hairy-carry here, I'll give you that. And we'll go to Gen 1. Probe heats on. Engine on. And left and right packs back on. And APU bleed off for the APU. Alright, final checks for taxi. Flaps. Position 1. Taxi light, forward, and runway turn-offs. Alright, we're ready to go, folks. Oh yeah, I wanted to verify. Tower 128.2. Alright folks, we're going to release brakes and start our taxi as soon as we get the wipers going. Kansas City traffic, FedEx 811, taxiing to runway 1 left from FedEx.
You have Wilson with you?
No, we left him on the island.
Oh, that's too bad.
Reference, folks, Castaway, if you didn't know the movie. But again, welcome in. We're streaming, and nice long taxi. Hopefully y'all head back here. Loved having the crowd here. Unfortunately, thunderstorms made it a little nerve-wracking here, but we're getting this second flight going. And again, the choppiness, folks, I'm not used to doing 2 airports in one stream. We're trying to get into that. Maybe 3. I was hoping to, if we had time, to go down to Dallas, but from Tulsa, but we're not going to have that time. But we can work our way down taxiway here and get to Tulsa and call it a day. Again, thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike. This has kind of been a fun day after a pretty rough several months out at work. It's always fun to get on the sim and chill out here.
Southwest 131 is taking off 1 left.
131, go. Gotcha in sight. Alright, takeoff checks. Engines 2 continues. If they're not there already, sometimes I do. Turn the wing lights on. Okay, they're on continues. Auto brake, put that in reject. Flaps are at 1.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Position lights, landing lights, ATC, heading bug, VNAV, and let's do a quick surface check. Always a good thing to check, folks, in case they threw gust locks on you for some reason. Now I know what it's like to be a meteorologist on air trying to report thunderstorms. I just had my area, not the whole St. Louis area. Okay, rudder. Alright, we're good there. Alright, there goes Southwest. Alright, looks like my little town survived. I haven't heard much from Hawker. Hopefully all is well in his area, and if Downwind Sim was around, I hope he's doing well as well. Iowa Scotsman, we do appreciate you being here. Hope you're still out there as we head to Tulsa town.
Southwest 151 is clear of 1 left.
What a stream today. I kind of thought we'd run into this, but I didn't expect it to the severity. So, little added flavor here, folks. Hope you enjoyed that. Let me just check in with my moderator, Hawker, make sure all is... Alright folks, we're getting close to 1 left's departure end. There's the circle terminals they have here in Kansas City. Of course, like I said, the new terminal isn't in the scenery pack for X-Plane 12 yet. It's pretty new. But again, welcome in folks. Hope you all enjoy this second flight. I'm not sure what tomorrow's flight is. And I just found out they're doing great as well. So, little difference of flavor here, folks. Not used to me doing weather on top of flying, but hey, it all goes together. Only thing I wish I could have done for y'all is got a GoPro camera and while on stream gone outside and showed you just how much fun we had. But I'm pretty sure most of you know what a thunderstorm's like. Alright, we're getting ready for departure, folks. Let's make sure we got our departure checks done, which is the engine starts or continues, auto brakes rechecked. Position lights will go to strobes here in a second as we get ready for the runway. I have to admit, folks, that's a first for me. Usually I just go offline when a storm comes in, call the stream. Well, kind of fun reporting it, so. Everyone's saying, you're nuts. Well, I've been told that a lot. Okay, strobes are indeed on. We on Terra? Let's see. We are now ready for takeoff. Kansas City traffic, FedEx 811 departing 1 left for Tulsa. Does Racer really like that? Initial climb on assigned heading for radar vectors. Maintain 10,000. Okay, for 10 minutes. Here we go, folks. Lights are ready. Auto throttle is not yet. We'll get that as we turn over. Getting ready to throttle up. Here we go, folks. Toga.
knots. E1, rotate. Positive brake.
Gears coming up.
$400. $1,000.
And because we don't have ATC, double check, we do not, we are going to go ahead and just follow the line here. Okay, after takeoff, gear lever up, auto brakes, we just reached flap limit, flaps up. I'm going to be a lot more cautious of that one, folks. And away we go. So welcome aboard, folks. We're on our way for a nice short hop to Tulsa town. Hope you enjoyed the interlude there with the thunderstorm. Not much going on for you. A whole lot going on here for me. Okay, just make sure I didn't miss anything. Auto brakes off, engine. Okay, we're gonna continue. Yes, at 26. Let's double check. Six. Yep, here comes the sun. How about that? Always great to see after a big storm. But glad to hear our moderators' family's good to go north of us. I haven't heard, although I don't know if Downwind Sim was on with us as these storms were approaching. But I hope him and his family are doing well. All right, folks, we are climbing out. Real quick, let me see where we are. Let's take a look. Alright, folks, as we get through 10,000, I'm going to step away for just a second. I will be right back. All right, folks, we're back. So I just wanted to check with the fam that just came up from the basement. Tell them we're still alive and well. And we are just about to top at 14 or 20. Well, we got a little ways to go. We're passing through 15,000 right now. Okay, I'm going to get down here since we're past. Alright, we're just going to go direct and start working our way that way. Alright folks, welcome in. I hope y'all could stick around for that. A little bit of a delay we had on the ground in Tulsa. Just for safety, in case I needed to shut down the stream, I didn't want to be held back. So folks, we are flying the final leg of the day from Kansas City down to Tulsa, and hope y'all enjoyed that little interlude with the thunderstorm. I wish I had a GoPro camera and could have gone out there, showed it to you. I know somebody out there would have loved to have seen it, but he's streaming himself, so the spy flight. So we are headed out, folks. 5 minutes airborne, a little bit more. We were late on the time, so. All right, we'll figure out our top of descent here and figure out our landing. But 3-6 right still appears to be the best choice. And get these wipers parked. Get these lights off. All right, onward and upward. Hey folks, thanks for those of you that hung with us. Hope you enjoyed, and look forward to seeing the rest of you come back, I hope, as we are back in the air. Oh, hang on a second, folks. I have just been alerted we have a rainbow. I have to go see those. I love rainbows. Stand by. All right, folks, we're back again. Just had a beautiful rainbow to look at. God's way of saying he won't destroy the world with water again. Gotta love seeing the covenant. All right, so we are turning on course momentarily. Again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. Really sorry for the in and out and in and out. But when tornado warning sirens are going off, you kind of want to get your bearing here in the Midwest just to make sure you're not under the gun, especially when you're in a little bit of a larger county. All right, folks. But again, heed those warnings, folks. It is for your safety. I can kind of tell, I'm like, I'm going to say I'm like everyone. Yeah, I can tell when we're going to have a tornado anytime. Yeah. I do my best. And, I'm sure one day I'm going to fail. Hopefully not in a bad one. So, but again, thanks for spending some time with us today, folks. Sure appreciate you. Hey, I am remiss. Run Lay followed us a couple days ago. I want to say thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate you following us, and we look forward to more. And folks, this is the kind of transition I'm trying to take the brand here into more shorter, more flights maybe during the stream session. Try and take them up to four for sure hours, maybe a little longer. So we're trying to do that transition, and we did as best we can. So, all right, so you're leveled off, folks. Okay, level off, center bumps, AP set, and we'll get our descent altitude here momentarily. Okay, Tusta. How are we flying? Let's see, RF 3,500 feet. Excuse me. 6 minus 3. Try this again. 26. Minus 3. 77 miles from there. Okay. Now. Welcome back, folks, from the break. I'm trying to do also some changes to the break that Twitch is requesting. See if that helps. Instead of a minute long, I think they're now a minute and a half. But I think since I'm at 3 minutes or an hour, it helps to where there's only like 2 instead of 3 breaks or something like that. You guys tell me. I mean, you're the best judges out there. Get Kansas City set. Just check in. Oh, there's a VOR close up 14.4. Let's see if we can get it up. We are 129 miles out, so about 50 miles will be 70 miles we're showing, looking at a top of descent. Okay. Oh, it's actually east of the airport. I thought it was right on the airport. Alright, so let's do a quick look at this arrival, folks, since we only have about 70 miles to go. We're going to just do it the old-fashioned way, just do the charts, and head over, get our numbers. Okay, so you can see we're going to be shooting an RNAV approach. Meaning, there's our ATIS approach, tower, 36 right will be 1210. Speaking of that, I'm just going to quickly drop down, put us back on ATIS, and drop to 2. Alright. Top of descent showing. Alright, real quick, you got your frequencies across the top. There is nothing to dial in for this. We're going to be flying on a heading of 360 for the approach. YIDHE right here. Need to be at 2500 MSL, 1850 above the ground, descending, and our decision altitude is 200 feet on the LPV. This approach direct to work. See? And finally, here's our descent profile. Come into JABV at 3500, drop to 2500, and then follow the glide slope. Got a full ALSIF 2 arrival for the approach lighting. Happy's on the left, there's our missed approach. And then finally our minimums again, 850 for the MSL, which would be this strip here, and 200 AGL. Leave shows up here, but I can't remember what it shows. And you can already see that it's showing up here. RVR of 18 or a half mile, so 200 and a half, just like you get an ILS, what we need here. By the way, just since some of you may not have been on the approach into Kansas City, I made mention of this. Your METAR cloud heights are AGL. It's very important to understand that, folks, because if you get a overcast at 200, well, if it means MSL at an airport that's above 200 feet, it's under the ground. So it's always above ground. That's why I use the above ground by usual for my minimums. Today I'm going to actually set it arrow, run it up to 850. And guess what? It'll be the same point in the sky, folks. It's just measured from sea level. The other one's measured at ground level. You're right at about the same level as you're coming down when you hit that. So, all right. The charts away. And top cat up for myself. Update 36 right. 340 at 1423 gusts. Forecast 2100 feet. And 10 miles of visibility. So we're going to still have some yuckiness while we deal with it. All right. So bring that in real quick. We'll get our numbers and we'll verify them in the descent. All right. So we've updated. Flaps 30. Come in engine only. Auto land will go with a wet runway. I think it is, but plan on it. So our numbers are approach speed 157, referencing 146. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and set us to 3500. Okay, and we're ready for descent here in about 10 minutes, or about 10 minutes, 10 miles. landing 36 right. I'm gonna go ahead and call it wet. Wind again 340. Diagonal. Temperature showing in at 14. And 1017 looks good there. Auto A, B, 3. And we're looking at 38. Decimal point. Okay, and it calculates out pretty close, folks. We said 157. We said 157 for approach speed, 146 for VREF. Okay. Here's what we come up with. 150. That's plus our 5. So that's actually 145, 1 knot off. We're going to need at least 2,934 meters, which is about 3/4 of the route. Got a great run here. Auto brake 3 looks good. So when we do this, I'm looking at the chart right now. We might make Echo 1. Worst case, into the taxi back down. It's a 10,000 foot. Show that here in a second. Okay, we're about 30 miles out. At 20, I'm going to initiate the descent. So into the middle. Again, welcome back, folks. Sorry for all that hubbub with the thunderstorms. But a little bit of caution needed to be ready to use in case things went south. Well, actually, it did go south quickly, but it moved easterly. But anyway, welcome in, folks. Thank you again for being a part. Flying with Mike. It's one of those days. Alright, folks, I think it's time for the descent. So, couple of ways you can do this. I want to show this. A lot of people wonder about some things here. Okay, you've always got where you can either do descent, if this is how your FMC is. Okay, come down here. Click descent now. Now, if you need to change your transition level because you're in one of those countries where just going 10 miles down the road, you got to change to a different transition level. Just kidding, but you're pretty good at that. Forecast. Go right here, change your transition level. Do a descent winds request. Okay, so we got our descent winds. Let's go back to descent. You can click descent now, or you can do altitude intervene. Either of these two will work. Or wait for it if you're set. Either way. So we're gonna do, since we're right on it, let's just do an altitude intervene. There's your mark up here, folks. You're good to go. See her nose over, slowing to 280, and setting up for the descent into Tulsa. Now, we get to WUFCY, the initial be at 3,500 feet, and I'm going to have a slope to at least 240, if not 220. Then we'll shoot the approach. It's only 6 miles over to Jabvi. Then we come in on the approach, 3,500 feet. Okay, so that's how we're going to shoot it. Let's see how it executes. Right. And again, folks, thanks for hanging in there as we were in that thunderstorm. I sure appreciate those of you who did. Kind of fun reporting thunderstorms from inside your house as one's hitting. Especially the ferocity these had. There were, like I said, I think I saw at least one, for sure, funnel cloud south of us. Don't think it touched down. But with any lowering and wall-like cloud, there could be a lot of funnels. So, yes, I am a weather geek. Love the weather. Love many different types of weather. So one nice thing about living in the Midwest here of the United States, if you don't like what you see today, hey, wait 5 minutes. Literally in Oakland, it is that bad. Here in the St. Louis area, wait a couple hours to a day. It'll change to what you like or not like. So, yeah, there's been some pretty wicked weather. It's amazing the changes that can happen literally in a blink of an eye. Okay, we are descending on our initial fix for 3-6 right. Well, you know what, folks? I just realized something. As we were departing O'Hare, I posed a question that I was talking about CTAF, and I didn't really know the VAT sim, how it's going to work. I know how it sort of kind of works in the real world, one from the airport I'm at, since we're going through that, but from my days of flying as well. My question was, okay, so when you're on VAT sim, say you're in that time we were in Chicago, Kansas City's what we ended up in, center was up, and do they hand you off to the terminal area for the approach, or do they bring in? They bring in, or at least they did on this one. Don't know if that's what they're supposed to do, but that's what happened there, so I'll go with that. So in the real world, what happens is center, when there is no tower, which our airport has had here for the last about a week, off and on, at night, they would hand the IFR aircraft off to CTAF. And CTAF is nothing but an advisory frequency, folks. Meaning, you're not going to get cleared. You're not going to go, in this case, Tulsa Tower requesting landing 36 right. You're not going to get told, you're cleared to land. No, you're not. You're just advising. It's like Unicom, folks, on that, so, okay? Very much like that. You're not getting clearances. You're just telling people where you are, what you're going to do. What you going to do. Bad boys. Oh, sorry. Got down the wrong track there. So that's all it is. So I'm glad he stayed up. I thought for sure he was going to drive. So I think a couple times I really did think he forgot about us. But he did a great job. Round, phenomenal, even with my mess ups there in Chicago. And folks, that just shows, you know, like I've told, you know, you heard one guy say, I can't even remember what my call sign is. I have actually heard that from an airline at my airport say, a lead, you know, I don't know my flight number. Hang on a second. Because they, you know, every flight's a different flight number. So I get that. It is funny though when you don't expect it, but you do. Now let's approach 36 right. Looking dry, okay. Just making sure nothing funky in the okay. Hawker! Welcome back, sir. Glad you all did what was up too early. Do not recommend. Dude, I hardly slept last night, so I don't want to hear your whining. I'll get you a lot of cheese. I can talk offline to you about why there wasn't a lot of sleep last night. And no, it isn't airline related. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take over the speed. Actually, what's going to pop the speed? Because we should see this drop to 250. You know, that was a great movie. Oh, I'm sure that's not what you were referencing. It's not. It is coming down. Okay. Approximately, it's saying 2 minutes, folks. Don't hold your breath on that one. Come off the speed. Okay, brakes are set. Set my brakes. Oh, really? The pattern's full in Tulsa. You should like Tulsa, by the way, Hawker, and you mad dog freaks out there. MD-80s. That was a big depot full. A lot of changes to the aircraft were made there, too. Drove by it several times when I drove trucks. Matter of fact, if memory serves, if I looked at Google this morning, and where FedEx parks, I believe, was the big area where the nothing but MD-80s would be refurbished, whatever they did to them. They came to them from the airlines. You must be watching Top Gun. Oh, Hawker's having fun in the chat. All right, let's dial down. All right, that looks good. Switch into CTAF. There he goes with his favorite emoji. All right, love it. Tulsa traffic. FedEx 811. We're approximately 9 miles from the initial approach fix of C 36 right RNAV approach. And our lights. Okay, initial landing checks ready. B card set. And cross-checking. Alright, 146. Looks good. Coming in with the sun setting, folks. What a flight today. Nice little, what a way to end it on this nice little short hop. Sorry, I had to chat covered up with charts. Yeah, you have definitely been using them. I appreciate you there, Hawker 125 again, folks. Check him out when he's online. Follow him, folks. He just became an affiliate, so check him out. And you never know, you may see him flying or jamming, the two. So check him out. Also, he's working on a little project in the garage. Hopefully, coming to us here soon. Get this thing started to slow. Here we go, folks. We got to get through the clouds here, and we'll be there. Gonna try it. It works every so often.
1,000 to go. I had a bad feeling about that. That's why I was very
said, sometimes it grabs, sometimes it doesn't work.
Thousand to go.
$2,500.
Alright, we got the runway in sight. Alright, folks, and we'll make our final call here. Hopefully we'll get... And, Tulsa traffic, FedEx 811. Final approach fix. 36 right, RNAV, runway in sight, gear down. That was all about. Alright, we're back on profile. A little low.
1,000.
We're starting to see the pappies lining up the way we want. And Tulsa traffic, FedEx 811, 3 mile final. Stop. She is just late.
$400. $300.
Stable.
Approaching minimums. $200 minimum.
But you can't guess where we're working.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
looks like we're gonna make Echo 1. Of course, if this was a Southwest flight, we would have made it at the 10-foot mark. That's 10 feet after touching down. And Tulsa traffic, FedEx 811 off, 36 right to FedEx. Alright folks, we're taxiing in. Let's just get a few checks done. And since we didn't have the radar over the terminal radar, welcome to Tulsa, folks. We just got a taxi down and park where you saw the FedEx plane if you were paying attention. Look at that hawker. Guess 99. I did 168 feet a minute. That's not too bad. Again, folks, I want to thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. Always a pleasure flying with you all. Tulsa area. We got to cross runway 26 to get down to FedEx, so a little ways to go. But again, where the FedEx ramp is where at one time was the big MD-80 factory that I used to see. I, for some reason, thought we were interstate. But again, it's also 20, 25 years later. Those are pretty much not flying anymore. And pretty sure they probably did something with the runways. I mean, with the states. I do see a little discrepancy with the way the taxiways are here. Nothing to get all hot and bothered about. On the chart, they're showing a taxiway over to the ramp. It's not showing here. But anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed these two flights. We're going to try to do this more often, if not as many times as possible. Maybe even put a third one. So, like I said, today, if things would have worked out time-wise better and I got on a lot earlier, who knows, we might have turned and headed for Fort Worth, their regional hub there in Texas. And we may even try to change it up and just go to a different airplane, different places, work it out that way too. But second, folks. Like that texturing. That looks awesome. A little better than what we contended with in Kansas City. And the fact there are parking spots here. Alright, pilots out there, what's that line I just crossed? Wanted to bite on that one. Okay. It's the movement area home. After that, if you're coming from this ramp to that taxiway, you got to be in contact with the tower. Welcome to Tulsa. Let's shut her down. Let's see. Discontinuity. Sir will be. There's no route from here. Alright, so flight director's off. Got to do last time. Real quick through parking brake. Okay, generators are on. Hey. Alright, there's spooling back, folks. Welcome again to Tulsa, folks. This was a phenomenal day. Out of O'Hare to Kansas City to Tulsa after about an hour delay in Tulsa. Not for planning or anything like that, for thunderstorms pushing through where I live. Very, very mean thunderstorms, kicking some tornadoes out. A lot of strong winds, a lot of bad stuff happening. So glad you all hung with us, stayed with us. We sure appreciate you being aboard. It's off. And There's the electric. Definitely turn the electrics off. Alright, and doors are open already, folks, and they are already doing their thing. Again, welcome aboard. Look at Tulsa. Tulsa Town, Oklahoma. That's actually a pretty shot. I'm going to have to take that one. All right, so let's take a look at this. We already know Hawker 1 did the only guess that I know of. I didn't put in a little too more concerned trying to get her down on the approach. But good job, Hawker. Good job as always. Thanks for your moderating skills. Landed, hang on, seeing this. All right, so here, sim toolkit, and of course it's already gone. So let me just do a quick end. Okay. Okay. Here we go. All right, there shows how we came out of here. I think you normally go a little further because I think the goal is to come back over MCI and on down. But, you know, we did what we did. All right, hour and 7 minutes in the air, 194 miles, 2,300 kilos of fuel, and we landed at 168 feet a minute, about 29 knots slower than we should have. So, not a bad deal at all, folks. Quick. Look at that. All right. Oh. What happened? All right. Well, anyway, here's where you're supposed to land. Here's where we're at. Landed about 1,400 feet down the runway and pretty close to the center line. So, overall a good flight. I'm not sure why it did, unless it was because we were already on the one. All right, let's get rid of Sim Toolkit. I'm gonna check out of FedEx here real quick. Stop. Before I file this. Okay, we're good. Didn't want it to say O'Hare and then them to go, you can't do that. That is one rule, folks. You do have to pick up where you left off, or jump seat, and you only get a couple. I don't know what the rate, you know, how often you get. All right, so we got a night MVFR landing. 21, they've got us at 250 feet a minute. You know what? We'll take it. Just making sure. Perfect. All right. Someone to exit. All right, folks. So there you have it. We are on the ground here in Tulsa. What a great day. Let's try it. You know what? We've never done 2 flights. Let's see if we can rewind a flight. First off, see where we are in the unload. No, we're going to go ahead and cancel. All right, just in case, get everything. Oh yeah, you got to come off VATSIM, folks. Oops. Oops. We'll let that clear at the top. Let's see if we can replay it. Alright folks, let's see how we did. Yeah, a little hard. Oh, great flight indeed. Let's head on out. Let's take a look this way.
100, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Wow. That looks like really nice landings here, folks.
300,
'Kind of see how it would have been in the passenger seat. Nice. Yeah, folks, I hope you enjoyed. That was a great flight. Really good flight from Kansas City down here to Tulsa. And like I said, I hope you enjoyed. Hope you come out for our next flight tomorrow. I know some of you are going to really enjoy it. Beautiful landing again. Back it off here. Get ready to wrap this up. I'll be talking about that here for a little bit. Take a look at it from the nose. be the best we can do for the flight. We sure hope you enjoyed both flights from Kansas City to, from O'Hare, Chicago, to Kansas City down to Tulsa town. Folks, it has been a wonderful time here at Flying with Mike for these flights. Just get in here real quick. Things set up. Alright, there we go. Again, like I said, it's just been a marvelous day. Thunderstorms included, folks. I hope you all enjoyed it. I do apologize that we did have that delay out of Tulsa, but hey, it was fun. Folks, tomorrow, hoping to get going a lot earlier than normal. Some of you are going to find this to be a wonderful flight. We're flying from Dallas, Fort Worth, Denver, Colorado. Rotate MD-11. I'll see you all then. God bless you all. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow on the flight line in Dallas for UPS Parks at their regional hub at DFW. Again, God bless. Hope you all fared well. And those of you in the area these storms are coming through or yet to come to, be safe, and we'll see you tomorrow. And again, God bless you. We'll see you then.